Guys, all the spinning lore. The spinning lore warms my heart. Let me just make sure my audio properties are okay. Flippy isn't very good with directions. It's all good. Hi. Hi, everyone. Hi. Robot voice. I hope I fixed it. I couldn't fix it because if I don't have the access to the same advanced audio in the starting soon. Yo, Ganja's here. Two Hands is here. Moss is trying to get some work done, but we're not going to let him. We will not allow it. What's going on, dudes? Is it better now? Is it better now? I was so excited to talk about the spinning lore. Yes is here. Tell me it sounds okay, yes. Trying is a generous word. Yes, okay, good. No more robot voice. What's going on here? My cable management in order. Dudes, I wanted to start like this because Wartales is going to have its own music. So let me just boot up Wartales. I do my tavern. And then as Wartales comes online, we'll fade out this other music. It's story time, guys. Happy Thursday. Story time Thursday. Oh, yeah. Why did I even pick music? They've got music. This game's got music, guys. This game's got music. Who knows? One's in chat for all the early birds. Hi, Razzle. If you've ever played Wartales. One's in chat if you've played Wartales. Two, if you have never launched this game before. Let me know. I have a sip of water. I'm going to be doing a lot of sipping. Twos. Oh, we're starting with a bunch of twos. Oh, very interesting. Very interesting. 1 and 2. Okay, next question. How's the audio here? Audio. We'll go down a little bit. I don't want it to be too loud. New game, who dis? Ambient, we can go like this. Music is okay. Voice, UI. We'll see. Wow. Okay, so the very short version of this is Wartales. I think I saw it on one of those, like, you know, new indie games you should check out back in 2021. I'm getting work done too in Vintage Story. I just produced charcoal. I put in like 124 logs of firewood, ended up getting 36 of charcoal. It's kind of how it goes, right? That's how it works. Is that how it works? Or would there be better yield for charcoal from 124 logs? Okay. So back in 2021, this game was on a list of like indie games you have to check out. But back then it was early access. Who's this one? How are you? You wanna join us for a Wartale? What's the short version of this, Burgess? So Wartales is like if you took the combat system from Baldur's Gate 3, basically. It's like a tactics turn-based combat, like a really, really cool, fun tactics turn-based RPG game with a very interesting kind of like campaign map mechanic. But I fell in love with this. I've played a bunch of games. Let me see here. I've got my original save game from 2023, wow, like 2 years ago. I've played a lot. I've played over 200 hours of this game, I think, roughly. And I've got this early access Merchant Band save from May 5th. That's almost exactly 2 years ago. Wow. Okay, but we'll be going from the ground up today. I also have a save game. I was playing a little bit last night just to remember how to play. So I didn't get totally embarrassed. Experienced Mercenary. I played the game a lot. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. So, Baldur's Gate 3 combat fans, this is for you. We're going to start a new game. Okay. New game, Wartales. We're going to do this. Wait, let's talk about the list first. Just so you know where we're going here. We're off the ground Thursday. Where are we going, though? Thursday Social, short story list. It's like 3D Battle Brothers. I'm not sure what Battle Brothers is. I'll have to find out, Two Hands. Short story list, Thursday. Welcome. We're gonna play this for a little bit. Wartales intro. I'm gonna show you what it's all about. See how that goes. Then, eventually, sometime, maybe in like, I don't know, maybe in like 40 minutes or so, we're gonna switch over to this. We're gonna switch over to this. This here. Hide the list. ARNAK CRYPT is a short story, a short choose-your-own-adventure style story that I wrote myself a long time ago in October of 2016. And it's quite thematic. And so, sometime soon, we'll take a break from the game, and we're gonna read through this until you die, because you can die. Must say you come off as a great teacher. Thank you. So glad I caught this one to watch the story stuff with my son. Awesome. So in about 40 minutes, we'll take a break and we'll read through this choose your own adventure that I wrote 9 years ago. And I'm pretty happy with it. It's a fun story. It's very easy to die. So I look forward to you guys making the wrong choice. Cool. So that's gonna happen. And then we'll either come back to Wartales and play through more of the campaign, or the Mistfall Hunter game beta has been extended until next week, and I got a bunch of stuff in my inventory that I wouldn't mind losing, and just trying to learn more about that game. So we can decide later. You can also, in the metagame, you can choose your own adventure, guys, and you can say, let's come back to Wartales, or let's flip over to Mistfall. Your choice. Until then, is the music too loud? Music might be a bit loud. We'll get through this and then we'll adjust the audio more finely, okay? Has he put out other stories or stuff like that on that website? Or has it been entirely local? Can you get pregnant in ARNAK CRYPT? I have the same hair thing that never cooperates. Oh, it's just because, you know what it is? This is what it is. So, it's now been like a long time since I've been wearing headphones. And headphones have disturbed the follicles at the top of my head and have made a perpetual curly cowlick from the band of my headphones. Never before in my life have I worn headphones this much. And now I'm dealing with the consequences of that. It's nice to know there is at least 2 choose your own adventures. Wait, I must have confused it with another similar looking site that published short stories. Interesting. Yeah, we'll see. Anyway, cool. So, Wartales, we're focusing. We're not looking at my perpetual headphones cowlick, my curl lick. We're choosing our destiny. So, for Wartales, let me just start the timer, shall we? Start the timer. Where are you at? This is gonna go so fast. It's gonna go so fast. No, it's all good, man. It's all good. Okay. We're building our party to start, all right? Your companions are, this is our background story. What's our background story? Your companions are apprenticed friends looking for an adventure. This will determine our starting party composition. So if we choose this, our starting companions will be a swordsman, a ranger, an archer, a brute. List. Thank you. Got it. So, companions are apprentice friends looking for an adventure, swordsman, ranger, archer, brute. Okay? We can be men escorting merchants who lost their employer. Maybe he died of dysentery, right? We get some extra money to start. Starting companions, swordsman, spearman, warrior, brute. More of a melee comp here. Interesting. Your companions are deserters fleeing an abusive captain. Yikes. Interesting. Starts with raw materials and some suspicion. Ugh. Running from the law. Swordsman, archer, warrior, ranger. Young farmers looking for a better life. We start with more bread. We start with less happiness. Makes sense? That tracks. Hide the list. I did. Thank you. Starting companions, brute, spearman, archer. Interesting. Young farmers is the way. Whoa. Okay. Your companions are bandits looking to escape the guard. We start with braised chicken, stolen item. Cloth, stolen item. Brute, ranger, archer. Interesting. Interesting. A shipwrecked pirate crew. Wood and fatigue. Pugilist, warrior, ranger, archer. Interesting. Stolen chicken. Brothers in arms, legion retirees. We start with braised chicken plus 10. Crossbowman, warrior, ranger, brute. Interesting. Hunters always on the lookout for new prey. We start with traps, friendship necklaces. And then we start with archer, crossbowman, spearman, brute. Stolen chicken always tastes better when it's not yours. Just eat the evidence. Yeah. No idea what this game is or what the repercussions of this choice is. Yeah. You know what? Sure, we start with some reduced happiness. We're young farmers looking for a better life, okay? We'll probably overcome the happiness issue. We start with some extra bread in our pockets, right? Had me at friendship necklace? No. We'll go young farmers. Unless someone has a better idea, you know what? Who cares? We're just going to roll with it. We're rolling with it. Okay. Your companions are used to long walks, which means we get less fatigued. Interesting. Are cunning fighters, which means we get more experience from combat. Okay. Show incredible resilience. Constitution increased by 10%. Interesting. Excellent at slap games. Critical damage increased by 10%. Yikes. Enjoy being one with nature. Increase the troops' happiness by 2 when they rest in the forest. Could be a good way to offset our happiness differential. Why not do that? That kind of plays into the lore, right? We're farmers looking for a better life, and we're happy when we camp in the woods. Why not? Why not? Debuff. Okay. If they had a flaw, it would be a somewhat meek appearance, which is reduces our carrying capacity. Eternal dissatisfaction. Ugh. Reduces the troops' happiness by 1 during each rest. That sounds horrible. An uncommon bout of bad luck. Critical hit reduced by 3. After toiling for hours in the fields, a night in the woods is a pleasant respite. I agree. Uncommon bout of bad luck reduces crit hit. Interesting. Very hard time getting up. Danger during rest increased by 10%. Interesting. An incredibly limited knowledge. Knowledge XP gained reduced by 5%. That seems like a punitive thing. Why not? How about we have a somewhat meek appearance, which reduces our carrying capacity by 1, but I think we can offset that by getting more mules and horses. How does that sound? Okay. So, if we had a flaw, somewhat meek in appearance, we can't carry as much, no big deal. Okay, the cool thing about this game is there's all these different, like, chapters, and the chapters are kind of demarked by the boundary of a certain region on the map, and you can move into different chapters of the game by leaving the region and going somewhere else, okay? You can play in a region-locked exploration mode where the difficulty of the game is set based on the region, and you kind of have to complete the story in the region before you can move on to another region, which is one way to play. Or you can do adaptive exploration, where you can go anywhere, and the game kind of interestingly scales in difficulty as your party gains experience and gets stronger. So you can go anywhere, and it doesn't really matter what level you are, because the enemies that you will fight will always kind of be scaling with your power level. You know, we're probably not going to get that far, so I'm going to choose adaptive exploration. It's kind of what I know best. But if you're new to the game and you want more of if you want more of a difficulty controlled kind of experience, I recommend the region-locked exploration. But for now, we'll just do adaptive exploration. Really cool feature of this game. I'm not sure what other games have something similar, but that's interesting to me. So let's do that. Okay, so we'll start in Tiltrin County. It's an independent state. Combat difficulty, I'll choose expert. Survival difficulty, I'll choose experienced. And then the save mode, let's just go Iron Men, shall we? So, one save, one chance. You cannot go back, and any save, game over, is irreversible. Most difficult, so we're just going to play Iron Man. If we die, we die. We'll boot it up, or I'll load the game that I saved last night to show you how, you know, what the game looks like a bit further along, if that makes sense. Uh-oh, Iron Man. Okay, sounds good. Let's go. Save Iron Mans. Okay, here we go. So now we kind of choose our party. And we can roll for... I ask... let's see. Love? That's pretty good. Dodeth. Sure. We've got different faces. We can just roll randomly. Interesting. Interesting. Cool. Pretty badass. She starts with a mace and a shield. You can also start with a two-handed hammer, if you prefer. I think I like the old shield fighter approach. We'll go random traits. Random. We'll random this up. Dodeth. Cool. Name them after chat members. Uh-oh. That can get... Every time I ever played things like the Oregon Trail, and I named my party members after my, like, real-life friends, I always got sad when they died. And I think in this game, your mercenaries are meant to die. Yeah, Moss tripped on a pebble and broke his arm. How about... I'm gonna call her Two Hands the Fair. Oh. Two Hands Lady. Okay? Name all of them Bob. That's... See, now that's... That I can get behind. Right? That I can get behind. If they're all Bob, then we won't be sad when they die, right? Because they're all Bob. Okay, Spearman. This guy looks like a farmhand. Like, this guy was misunderstood, right? This guy was too cool for life on the farm. He's like, I wanna be a DJ, right? He wants to play at festivals, this guy. So he's leaving the farm to pursue a career in... Okay, Bob. Okay, good. So this is the youngest one. This will be Bobby. Okay. Bobby. Done. And, okay, that's fine. Random. Okay. I like this. We'll call her Baub. That's a nice lady name. Okay. Close this. Oh, Rickard. Interesting. No. It has to be... This is... Bob. Right? This guy's gritty. Look at this guy. This guy's seen some things. Right? Good. Disengages and moves in a straight line. No, I don't mind... Wrath. Okay. Cool. Random. Okay. And then this is... Bobo. Baba. Boop. A boob. Okay. This is boob. And... I'm gonna random his appearance a little bit. I don't mind this. Man, you can get some pretty wild shakeups here, right? I want this guy to feel like... There. Right? This guy was like the stable master on the farm. But loves archery. And now, on the road, he can do whatever he wants, right? Yeah. I like it. Bob. Bob with two B's. Bobothy. It's got a huge hand. Yeah, they do, don't they? Bobbin. I like Bob with two B's. We might add another person in. So, good. Okay, here's the party. Bobby, Bob, and Bob. Maybe Bobbin is better. It's okay. We're starting. The Iron Mans. Here we go. I have to keep drinking water. Can the pony be named? Good question. Did I miss that? Was there pony available there? Okay. At the beginning. The fresh scent of the morning breeze, filled with the delicate tang of the nearby stables. A good old-fashioned tavern brawl, where the furnishings make for perfect weapons. Born and raised in the countryside, your companions know the value of the simpler things in life. But to make it in this world, one must take risks and go far afield in search of fame and fortune. Yes. Just be careful not to lose what you value most along the way. That is to say, your shoes. Mr. Apples is a great name for the horse. Okay, so here we go. We start like this. This is the campaign view. You can see we have our party here. So we're at day 1, 12th hour. We can take a look at the map. We've got the map of the county, right, is here. And the little cone tells us which way we're looking. Party members are here. Pony. Inspect. Pony. Yes. Mr. Apples. Good. Pony has been renamed Mr. Apples, and the other companions approve. Good. That's nice to know. So the way this game works is the world is alive, and people and things are happening, but time for you is really based on this stamina bar. You can sit still for as long as you want, and you won't lose stamina. So you, even though the overworld map here is kind of like real time, this is Wartales. Yeah, an open world tactical RPG with turn-based combat. Yes, I'm gonna pin that. Thank you, Clippy. We'll pin this. You'll see these things. You can't really zoom in on the map, which is kind of interesting, and you can't move around. You can only look anchored on your party, but you can walk over to these resources and pick them up. So I just got some flowers there. It looks like there's some ore this way. And you'll notice that as I walk, not only do I attract the attention of these people, but I'm losing stamina. Okay, so these are bandits, level 1, hoodlum, and poacher. Just a nice introductory fight. Intro combat. Looks like Mountain Blade. Yes, it's similar. Yes, similar in that way. Combat. When your turn comes, play any unit you haven't used yet in the round. You can find out which enemies will come into play. Prepare your strategy. This is what I love about this game. It's kind of like playing chess with the computer. So we're in the battle map. So we've got the battlefield. And you can see the 4 members of my party in blue. And you can see the 2 enemies here in red. So we've got a poacher, they have a bow. And it looks like we've got a rogue, a hoodlum, and they have a dagger. Okay? So what I can do at first is you can actually arrange your party and change the order that they... You know, you can change where they start on the map here, which is really great. So you set up your tactics to start, and then down here in the bottom left is my favorite bit, where you can see the order of attack. The round is 1, 2, 3, 4 of my guys, and 1, 2 of them, and then the round resets. So it's very much like D&D, Dungeons and Dragons, right, where everyone has a round. But instead of there being initiative on my end, I can choose who acts when in accordance to a fixed initiative for the enemies, right? So we see that this bow user in back will go first, and then this ranger or this rogue here will go second. Also playable with other people via online co-op. Awesome. So similar to Baldur's Gate 3, I imagine. I've never actually played BG3 with other people, but I imagine it's similar. Okay, so I know this bow user will probably have to walk into range. if I put someone here and I check the movement, no, it doesn't look, I can't get to them. Bow users do way less damage if you get them locked into like melee combat. But it doesn't look like I can do that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start combat like so. I'll take my sword and my sword and board, my shield using fighter bob, and we'll move here. You can move anywhere around the opposing unit. I'll move here for now. It does matter. The angle of the attack from the arrow does matter. So I can be smart with how I position my units to make it harder for them to get a clear shot. So I'll do it like so. And then I'll choose my basic attack. And this attack, because it's a blunt weapon, does more damage when my opponent has armor. Ah, you assign units to each person playing. Interesting. Interesting. Engage. When you perform a melee attack on a free enemy, you engage them. An engaged unit can only attack their engaged opponent and has a higher chance of taking critical damage. Take advantage of this with your other units, aka move other people behind a unit who's engaged. So when someone's engaged, they're locked in and looking at another player in particular. You can move your units in back of someone who's engaged for a better chance at critical strikes. An engaged unit is exposing their back. Attack them from behind to get a bonus. So, very much kind of D&D, right? So now this person's engaged. We can see that. They're kind of locked in this like little animation that shows us that. I'm just going to use my archer. Oh wait, I have to end the turn for my shield maiden. And then maybe what I'll do here is I'll just move my archer this way to get a good shot at the backside of this guy. Is he within range? He is. Lost a few frames there. Okay, so shot in, and then maybe I'll pull away just a bit, just to stay out of range. Awesome. And then we'll end the turn. So now this person will go in accordance to the initiative, and they're going to try a shot. Ooh, and they did hit me. Unfortunately, there was a good chance they would have hit this hoodlum. And now my two spearmen, and then the hoodlum's turn. So, let's see. We'll move him here for now. The spear pushes enemies away. The spear is not a weapon you use to engage, per se, and it looks like damage is doubled if used from a distance. So I made a mistake here. I got too close. And you can see that that spear also does a bit of knockback, which is very, very helpful in some situations. So let's try to use this better this time around. If I go close but not super close, it looks like my spear's efficacy will be increased. Yeah, I do more damage from a distance. So had I played that better, I probably could have killed this unit before taking damage, but I made a mistake there. Okay, let's end my player's turn, and then this guy will attack. Yikes. So we've got a debuff. And you'll also see there's two bars above each player. The top bar is the armor. The bottom bar is the health. So losing armor is the first thing you lose before you start losing HP, which is good because armor is much easier to repair. If a unit takes physical damage, then there's a risk of them becoming injured, and you have to use medicine to cure them of their ailments. And so we'll talk more about that as we get into it. Ignore my curl lick, okay? We're ignoring this. So, the first enemy up is this hoodlum. It looks like I can dispatch of him easily. And then I wonder if there's enough time to engage the poacher. Let's see. So, I'm not locked into a certain order, right? The faux hawk. Yeah. I'm not locked into a certain order. I can choose whoever to go first I want, which is really great. It really helps with the whole tactics side of things. So I'm going to choose this one, this spearman, because I can stay far away to maximize damage. A little death cutscene. Yikes. Which is pretty cool. Ooh, galvanization. Right, once you reach a certain number of enemies killed, once you kill 50% of the opposing party, you gain a giant damage bonus. And so, let's see if we can take advantage of that. I saw this was 50% off. I was going to buy it. Not on sale anymore. Too bad. Too bad. This guy's poisoned. I wonder if... Does someone else have the ability to heal? No, they're my healer. Can I get in range? I can. So, versus these ranged troops, very, very important to try to lock them into combat with melee who engages. So I've gone right up, and we've started this combat, and now I don't need to worry about this unit doing more damage, because these bow units, when they're engaged, they do a feeble amount of damage with their fists. But it looks like we'll be able to probably finish them off here. Spearmen work best, it seems, when they're right beside, like working in kind of a phalanx, where they can support a unit who's engaged. Not when they're the front line itself. You forked that guy, totally. Okay. Tutorial, good. We get to loot the party. We found a dagger, we found some coins. 2 of our units had their armor broken, so we need to spend our raw materials to repair that armor. So we'll repair that. Yep. And it looks like Bob gained a level as an archer, which is great. So we get an aptitude point, and then you can only choose from the attributes that have the plus signs, but that's great because dexterity is kind of the most important thing for the rangers, for the archers. So we'll choose dexterity, great, for more damage with our bow. Fork and A, yeah, Bob leveled, nice. Skill trees and subclasses, totally. Specialization. Valorous Chain. Every time an attack hits multiple units, you gain one Valor point. We'll talk about that in a second. Okay. Unlikely I'm going to be doing a lot of double damage or multiple unit damage. Valorous Victory. Every time this unit kills an enemy, you gain 1 Valor point. Interesting. Valorous Support. Every time this unit ends their turn next to an ally and is not engaged in combat, you gain 1. This is my preferred way of playing with the archers. So a Valor point is how you use your abilities in combat, and you'll see that. Plus Dex, so they got 2 Dex. It's very good. Yep. That's the most important stat for the archers, is dexterity. Look how big the hands are. Now that Moss said it, it's true. They're very big. Okay, Valorous Support, we choose this. Good. Excellent. Okay, that's it for this. So that was our first kind of tutorial combat. Yoy hands, yeah. Okay, so here we are in the world. Every time I move, click to move, I lose a little bit of stamina. But if I don't move, there's no time pressure, which I love. So there really isn't any pressure to go quickly. It's not real time. It is based on how I move. Plateau Stables. We can go... There's all these points of interest, so we go to the Plateau Stables. And what do we see? What do we see? Hello? Whoa. Okay, here we go. It just took a second to load in. So there's these cute little dioramas, right? This is the stables. And there are points of interest. I can inspect this. There's a barrel, but the things don't belong to me. I could try to steal if I wanted to, but I don't want to steal right now. And you can like kind of hover around, and sometimes you can find other things of interest. Like there's a pile of hay back here, but again, this wheat doesn't belong to me. I'm not going to steal it. And I can talk to people.
When I think of how many people don't shoe their ponies.
This guy wants me to shoe my ponies.
Buy a horse
from us and I'll throw in horseshoes for free. Interesting. Interesting. So I can, you know, if I wanted to buy another pack horse, I could. I think for now, we're probably fine. But this is where I come if I want to buy more ponies. Okay. Let's get back on the road here. What do we see here? There's tons of things to investigate, to inspect in the open world. I just found some cloth, so we'll take that. Who is this? These look like... Oh, it's a bindle. The icon is a bag and a stick.
We have nothing.
We are only refugees fleeing
The Ediranian War.
Ediranian war. Please let us go.
I beg you.
Bread? If we give them bread, we get valor. Or we get, what is this? Influence. Interesting. Do I have the bread to spare? I'm not sure if I do. I'm not sure if I do. You know what? We had extra bread because we're farm hands, right? Of course. Sure. I got some bread to spare. And we'll get some influence.
Thank you so much.
Uh-huh. Thank you so much. You're welcome. More horse equals higher carrying capacity. Yes. But I'm not at a point yet where I need the extra carry capacity. Ah. Stromkap. So this looks like a settlement. And these are wandering merchants. I still have like half of my stamina. Maybe we'll just dip into the settlement here. And there are all sorts of different buildings in the settlement. The most important is the Traveler's Inn. So if you go to the inn, this is where you go to recruit more members for your party. So for example, a pugilist, a swordsman, interesting, Filbury.
As long as I eat my fill.
As long as I eat my fill, I'll make a great companion. Interesting. We'll inspect him. Strength is 5. Swordsman. We don't have a swordsman. Might be good to pick him up. He's going to cost us more in wages and more in food. But another frontliner could be good. I think we've got the influence for it. Let's try recruit for 60 gold and 30 influence. Okay. Recruit Thibri. We've recruited someone, so we can go to our camp. And this is kind of like your home base. You can access your camp basically at any time. And this is where you do a bunch of stuff. For example, maybe Bobby. One of the more important things to do is to assign professions. There's like ways to get... Professions is how you kind of interact with the world. It also is a chance for you to increase the stats of your characters. So I've made Bobby a tinkerer, and then in my camp, I can put him at this tinkerer's workshop. So I gain a bonus when we rest for the night. I like to organize people around the campfire. I think it's nice. But eventually, this camp becomes very involved. And then what? We wanted to rename this guy. He'll be Thob. Okay? Thob. Has renamed Thob, and the other companions approve. Great. So here we are at the camp. Good. We'll drop out of this. Now, the other thing at the inn, the tavern, that is important is the emissary. The emissary is kind of like the bounty master. And it's here where you get jobs to do, basically. So there's a couple of postings. Some of them are very hard, like loot the bandit's lair or exterminate the rat infestation. Ugh. But maybe vanquish Milady Bell's squad. DK asks, does this game have spellcasters? I think so. You can be... There's an arcane. I never really played with much magic. Maybe Derry is a better person to ask about that. I was always more kind of just like melee range tactics. I never pushed into the magic tree. Welcome, Filbury. Your new name is Beb. Beb is a good name. I'm going to accept this one here. And then that shows up on our map. So if we go south, there's that. Maybe there's this other one here. We can see where this one is on the map. Yeah, over here. Okay. So we've got a couple of little quests here to take out these renegade squads. Did you play Battle Brothers? I never did. So that's the tavern. That's the Traveler's Feast Inn. But you can also go to the market. And this is where you can buy more foodstuffs. I think we're okay because we have a lot of bread. So I'm not too worried about buying food just yet. You do have to be careful with your money. But part of what makes this game interesting is it is kind of like a survival game in that like you always have to be making sure you have enough wages for your mercenaries. Make sure you have enough food for your mercenaries. And like there's a macro game with like resources that you manage as you move around the countryside and like complete the quests and things like that. So I don't think I need to spend my money on food just yet, but you know, the market is here. What else? There's an apothecary. And it looks like if I click on this green thing, I gain a profession. And so maybe what I'll do is I'll just drop into the camp really quick and give the alchemist profession to my archer, because it does provide a +1 dexterity. So now Bob the archer is my alchemist. And if I had the ingredients, I could craft things like more medicine. Not that hard to get. Comfrey flower and snow iris flower. So we'll keep that in mind. Cool. So no crafting just yet. I can buy more medicine. It's expensive. I prefer to craft it. Okay. And the last thing is we can go into the forge. And here we unlock the blacksmith profession. And then we'll just drop into the camp and we'll assign that to Bob the Shield Maiden. She will be our blacksmith. Cool, because it gives strength +1. Very nice. And then here we can craft all sorts of stuff in the smithy. But we just need iron ore, wood, leather. Cool. So we'll keep that in mind. And we can buy more.
I can also repair
This is on sale. I'm going to buy
and I'm looking to hire a skilled blacksmith.
2 more raw materials to repair my armor. 2D, more focused on having a larger mercenary company, about 20-ish people. You can get to 20 people in this game. You absolutely can. The only thing is that the game will scale its number of opponent NPCs based on the size of your party. Maybe before the end of stream, I'll load my original early access save. It's got a ton of people in it. I haven't opened that save in 2 years, but we'll take a look. Zio's here. How are you, Zio? Bob 7. Bob 7. Okay, let's get out of here. We'll leave. And then, where do we see on the map? Over here. Okay, we're going northeast. Let's move. So you'll watch my stamina here, my fatigue, as we move through. And you'll notice also, just from the virtue of exploring the countryside, moving around the map, you do gain experience. So I've got a knowledge point, and I can use this to learn different things related to my professions, or just general knowledge, including the ability to run. So I'm going to use this, spend my knowledge point on run. And now what I can do is hold shift. I can hold shift and I can move faster in the overworld map. And you can see every member of my party, right? Thob is now visible on the campaign map, which is cool. I'm just kind of moving towards my destination, but picking up items of interest along the way. Close my inventory for now. 1 unintentional foot reveal. Now I'm the foot guy. You got to be careful, man. That's the internet, right? That's the internet. You got to be careful. Okay. Ooh, some more iron ore. Very nice. So I'm coming to the end of my stamina, and I know that my opponent... I can see my opponent here. The bounty is there. I don't want to fight them with low stamina. I'm going to camp first. So let's set up camp. No such thing as an unintentional foot reveal. Ha ha ha. Okay. So the other cool thing here is my stamina is low. I'm getting ready to rest for the night. To rest, we have to eat. And right now, the only thing I have to eat is bread and apples. But man, oh man, the food list in this game and some of the benefits and bonuses you get the next day is just so satisfying. For now, I'm happy to eat bread and apples. Let's see if there's some combination I can get. I think they're both multiples of 2. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get an odd number. So we're eating bread and apples. No beer, dang. Yeah. Bread and apples are the best. We're going to get happiness of -1. Food requirements not met. No, they're met. Is this the debuff I think we have? Oh, we need... Oh, someone is a drunkard. I see. I should have paid attention to that. There's a bunch of random debuffs. So someone in the party will not be happy unless they get alcohol at rest. I know what that feels like. We don't have any alcohol, too bad. So we'll rest. We are fed at least, but going forward, I have to make sure I have beer. +5 to farts when eating cheese. I bet it's Bob. Yeah. Okay. We're still basically happy. Yeah. Okay, no, we're net positive for happiness because you can, the more people who rest around the campfire will contribute to the happiness meter. Okay, we've also gained 2 of these points, and we'll talk more about these points in the next combat. There's probably time for us to do the combat, and then we'll take a break and do... Beer is +1, food 2, yes. We'll take a break and we'll do the story time. So, we've camped, we have fresh stamina. Let's just check in with this wandering merchant on our way over to the person we have to fight.
Might I interest you in my humble wares,
What do
my
you
good
sell?
sirs?
Lavender, wheat, bird whistle, just trinkets, alchemical residue, interesting. Nothing I want to spend money on just yet. Sometimes I like to buy just random floral stuff because you never know with alchemy. I'm going to get 2 of these. You never know when you're going to see it. So I'm just spending a little bit of money on lavender, just because who knows. We can also keep it by the latrines, right? To keep the latrines smelling decent, like a grandma's bathroom. Okay, here we go. This is the combat. Maybe one more traveling merchant. Let's see. Can we sneak it in here? What do you got?
Might I interest you in my
Ooh,
humble wares,
wine.
my good
Mm-hmm.
sirs?
We can buy a wine. Buy 2 wines. What else? Milk. Mushrooms. We'll got a couple mushrooms. Sure. A carp? It's expensive. It's the same. Actually, it's the same. We'll get a carp as well. Sure. Okay. So we've got some wine in the backpack. That's good. Great. Now we're ready to take on our target here. Oh, we also get more happiness if we camp in the woods. I forgot. Okay, here we go. Kitande? Kitande, the Bone Splitter Corporal. Yikes. Let's fight him. Dudes look mean. Yeah, mushrooms. And nice crispy bacon. Yeah, exactly. Stream always makes me hungry. Me too. So let's take a look. Who are we up against here? There are 3 opponents. A big 2-handed hammer. It looks like a single-handed axe. And the big bad boy. Kitande. What's my strategy going to be? I want to lock down the big boss with my sword and shield. But it looks like the big boss is going first, and chances are they're not going to get close enough to launch a melee attack, which is great. So maybe what we do is we pull... Let's think. We'll put our spear folks on the back line. We put our melee folks on the front line. I want Bob, the sword and mace, to lock down the boss because... Oh, wait. Wrath. Maybe taunt? Sometimes they come with a bit of a debuff. No, they don't have the same debuffs. Interesting. I was gonna say... Damage reduced by 50%. I'm just trying to plan my abilities to tank damage. Big boss. I'm not reading that, 2 hands. It looks like a song I don't know. I'll name my first son Kitande. Please don't. Please don't. Okay. So, slight change of plans. I still think I want to tank with the mace. And the mace is going to be doing well for helping us chew through the armor of this dude. Maybe first things first, we can do a bit of melee damage, or a bit of range damage with our bow. We'll start here. We'll fire at this henchman. And then we'll move away. Good. And then we'll move away this way. And it looks like... Yeah, right. So, of course, we get the passive bonus here. Valorous support. Every time this unit ends their turn next to an ally and is not engaged in combat, you gain 1 Valor point. Very important to manage. The Valor points, you can see them here, are how you cast skills, basically. It's the most important resource in combat. If you have Valor points, you can you can do more damage, you can survive more. It's very, very important. So you get valor points from resting at camp. You also get temporary valor points for doing these things in combat. So I'm going to rest, and I gain 1 temporary valor point. Must be used before the battle ends, or they expire. Yeah, temp valor point. Great. Looks like we have 1 more person's turn before the boss moves. And I don't want to risk too much here. I don't want to risk getting engaged by the boss. So maybe what I can do is move here, use my spear, and then move away. Let's try that. We'll move here. Ooh, I walked over a trap. My bad. Should have seen that. There are a bunch of, like, existing kind of objects on the battlefield that you can use or that you should avoid. I'm going to use my spear. Okay. And then we're going to move away. Like so. Great. So now we'll end the turn and the boss will go. And as expected, can't move very far. Cool. So not a totally ideal position. But I think we'll still move into position. Maybe like so. I want my mace on the boss because it's the best way to wear down the armor. Okay, so they're locked in. End the turn here. Who is up now? We can move this person. You know, I'm gonna... Let's see. This is the next person, and then the henchman here. I think I'm going to move them in here and engage. I don't want to miss an opportunity to do more damage. So now they're engaged. So the boss is engaged here, and this unit is engaged here. Both of my sword and board melee units are engaged in combat, which is great, because if anyone can tank, it's the dudes with shields, right? So we'll end the turn here. Yeah, these big two-handers sometimes require a whole round to target. So we can use that to our advantage. And it looks like this unit will just move into range like so. Can't get any damage in. Let's see what this unit does. Attacking my front line. And that's changed. Interesting, they've changed focus now. New round is starting. So the boss is no longer engaged because my unit's been pulled over onto this henchman. I want to go slowly and carefully here. I feel like if I attack and kill these two henchmen first, then I'm going to be galvanized. I'm going to do more damage against the boss. I think that's going to be the play. And so, how to do that? Killing this person is going to be a step in the right direction. We're just going to have to tank the boss hit, I think. Let's go here. And do some damage. Okay. And then we'll move out of the way. Like so. And the boss will go. That's big damage on my frontliner. Now let's get Archer Bob in the mix here. And see if we can dispatch of this unit. Not quite. Oh, yes, we got a critical hit. Very good. Awesome. So we're not quite there at the galvanized yet. Oh, and I made a mistake, but we're full on Valor points anyways. I should have aimed to end that unit's turn next to somebody. And now, let's see. Probably the spearmen will do more damage. Let's put them here. Archer Bob coming in clutch. Big damage, yep, from the archer for sure. What we want to do here is... How does the damage system work? Do characters have stats with fixed numbers, or is it like BG3 where they roll the dice for damage? I think it's static. It's determined damage that might be mitigated by the amount of guard. I don't know the nuances of it. There's no rolling for damage, but there is rolling for critical hits. So there is like an element of like predictability. But again, damage I think can be mitigated by the amount of guard you have. So now I have some movement left, and this unit has first aid. So I'm going to spend a valor point, and I'm going to heal this frontline Bob just to take the edge off a little bit. Okay. End turn here. This is trouble for our frontline Bob. Let us do more damage. Damage dealt and crit damage, chance, HP, all affected heavily by character stats. Yes. We can take a look at character stats more carefully after this combat and see what we can learn. Let's move into position here in back of this guy and see if we can get enough damage. No. That's okay. My goal now is to try and kill this unit to move this Bob off the front line, because this Bob has no armor and the big boss boy will absolutely lay that person out. So, should we try Archer Bob? Probably. Archer Bob. Get a clear line of sight. Yeah, 100% chance to hit here. Let's do it. Great. And then we can... Again, I was too hasty. I want to end this person's turn next to a unit so I get a Valor point. But again, another mistake. I'm going too quickly. And then let's choose maybe this Bob. And we should be able to attack and kill this henchman. Good. Okay. So now, because we've passed this threshold of enemies dead, now we are all galvanized. And the galvanization means that our damage is increased by 50%, which is huge, right? So now I feel like we're in a much better position to take on this boss boy. So, can I maneuver? Oh, we have to end the turn of the spear Bob here. Maybe what I'll do is I'll go up here just to remind myself. Okay, we'll end turn. Good. This Bob can't move around. So first things first, let's get... I think it's more important for this Bob to peace out and get in behind. So we'll do that. What does the Archer's ability do? The Archer has a Vigilance ability that increases their range and also makes it so you don't have a chance to hit your allies. So if like there's one enemy in the middle of a bunch of other enemies, if you just randomly, normally attack, there's a small chance that you're going to hit your friends, which not only does damage, but also hurts your reputation with them in the party. So you want to do your best not to inflict any team damage, because it affects the bigger mercenary, like, camaraderie game, if that makes sense. Okay, we'll end this turn. I'm not loving this position because I can't get access to the back of him easily, but I gotta lock him down. Ooh, also we have taunt, which is great. Let's do this. We'll move into position. Here. And then we'll taunt. So that's given him a weakened debuff, so he'll do less damage. And now we can do a regular attack. And that's going to help us tank. So we got Thob in the mix. Very good. We'll end his turn. And then this Bob I don't want to... If I attack, I'm going to push him away. I'm not sure if that's good. I want to keep him engaged, so I'm going to move into this location here. It's a waste of an opportunity. Oh, I can also maybe heal. Yeah. Let's do another first aid. Why not? Every little bit helps. End the turn. Okay. Boss man's turn. Big hit, but weakened really helped there, and it only hurt my armor. So very, very good. Okay, now we can get more bobs in the mix, right? Now we can get more bobs in the mix. Go here for now. And we'll get some damage at range. Okay. It looks like we can still move away a little bit, which is good. End the turn. Let's get this mace bob in back here. A nice shot from behind with the mace. Very good versus armor. Critical hit, 22 damage. So now the boss man has no armor left, which is great. We'll end the turn. I'll show you what the archer ability does. So here, normally, I have a 72% chance to hit the boss. I have like a 28% chance to hit my teammate. I don't like those odds. If I were to spend a valor point on vigilance, my precision is enhanced. It's not guaranteed, I don't think. But maybe I can remedy this by moving here for a clearer line of sight. You know, before I do that, let's use this bob to go here. Get more spear damage in. Great. And now, end that turn there. We still have 2 more units. I'll put this guy right next to my other unit, which is great. And then my attack, 100% chance to hit. There it is. Good line of sight. We got him. And then Bob unlocked the trait Glorious. Very nice. Ooh, look at this Corporal's Roundel. A nice shield. Yes, please. Crowns, ship's log. Interesting. Snow Iris. Okay, we can repair the armor. No one was injured. And then Bob gained a level. Bob the Spearman gained a level. Next to an enemy and is not engaged in combat. Valorous support, again, is so good. Okay, Strength. Strength increases the damage of your melee attacks. It also increases the damage of your melee abilities. So Impale and Wrath will be more powerful if I layer into Strength. Dexterity increases the power of ranged attacks and the chance for critical hits. Constitution determines how much health the unit has and increases your carrying capacity. Willpower is used to boost the troops' morale in combat, also increases the critical hit. Interesting. 15 points, this unit survives the first time they should die in combat, once per encounter. Interesting. So if you have a higher willpower, it's harder for the character to actually die. You can also increase your critical hit chance, and you can increase your movement. So, maybe his strength's pretty high. Maybe Bob, the Grizzled Spearman, we go into Constitution. So you can see the plus signs. You can only level up the random attributes that have plus signs. So you're kind of forced, you know, to make hard decisions. And then some attributes have a minor increase and some have a major increase. So thankfully, Constitution is a useful stat for this character. And I have the opportunity to power level him with the 2 plus signs. So we'll choose Constitution. Very nice. Okay. Wow, we got a really nice shield there. We can take a look at our inventory. Guard and armor. Yeah. Dudes. Okay. Can I save here? I can't. I only have the one. I don't think you can load, though. I think for the Iron Man challenge, once you're Like, you just have to keep going, and that's what we'll do if we feel like doing that. For now, let's pause. We'll do a bathroom break, and then it's time for me to face my fear and read a short story. How does that sound? Bob is too angry to die. Yeah. Totally. What if I go to camp here? The music, I'm not sure if it's the music I want for the story time, if that makes sense. No, it's a little too hopeful. So, we'll exit game. I'll leave you the music on right now. I'll take a quick bathroom break. We'll come back. We'll do the story, okay? BRB. Okay. Let's exit from the game, I think. What if I return to the menu? How's this music? I've got some backup music. I think I'm gonna roll the dice on that. Tavern. Here we go. Oh, DK. With 5 executive promotions, thank you so much. I'm gonna quit here. Heartbender. Civi. Zunic. Thank you very much, Mr. Schneely. Appreciate it very much. Okay, guys. I'm excited. I'm nervous. Let me do a couple of things here. Tell me if this music gets too loud. I'm optimistic, but I'm happy to adjust if that's the case. I'm gonna take off. You can tell me here. I'm just gonna do a quick rearrangement of a couple of icons. I'll go back to this scene. So the chat is there, clearly visible. You tell me, would you prefer to see the text on this black screen, or would you prefer to see the tavern with no text? Stream first, it's true. That is for the bedtime story. Thank you very much, DK. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you enjoy it. I'll do the, you know what, this will be a chance for me to test. Engage with your audience. Start a poll. Black screen with text. Black screen with text. Tavern. No text. Because this is going to be an interactive story. You are going to choose what happens. Starting with this first choice. So far, all of the votes have been for black screen with text. And we'll wait one more moment there. Okay. Done. So, I believe you can do it. One is always nervous as all heck before the start, just like I was for the Shadow Dark session. Yes. I'm gonna go slow. I'm going to... There's gonna be spelling mistakes, because this was written 9 years ago, and I wasn't very careful. This was never meant for public consumption. This was a story I wrote for my wife. And never did I ever imagine sharing it in a public context. So, there will be spelling mistakes. I'm going to misread things. If I do, I'm just gonna wind it back and reread, and not think too hard about it, okay? I'll do my best. It's gonna take me a second to input some of the options, but that just gives you a chance to reflect on what's happening. Yeah. ARNAK CRYPT, are you ready? Choose your own adventure. We need you guys, okay? Let's make this a bit smaller. Easier for me to see if the text is slightly smaller. Sorry, it'll be easier for me to read if the text is smaller. Harder for you, perhaps. Yeah, this will be easier for me. I'm sorry. Totally on your side. I think we can speak for everyone. We say no one will be upset if you make a mistake. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. A short adventure. October 2016. ARNAK CRYPT. Gasping for breath, you lean up against the brambles, covering a stony rock face. Your lungs burn and your legs are numb with pain. You and your party have finally outrun the horde of skeletal wolves after changing course through the thick forest undergrowth. Numerous lacerations on your arms and face sing out as your skin oozes sweat. You hastily take a head count. 4. Only 4 left. Each of you starts searching in silent desperation, running your hands through the spiny vines and rough green shoots that lace the mountainside. Michaela breaks the silent focus with a muffled exclamation. Here, here, she squeaks, throat pinching. Is it the door? Your wizard companion asks sternly. Each of you converge on Michaela's location and start tracing the outline of a large stone block that cunningly blends into the wall of rock. In a moment, the weeds are cleared and a door of some sort is more clearly visible. Small runes are carved into what seems to be the center of an outlined form. You recognize them. ARNAK CRYPT. They shout silently. We must enter, you boom, despite your exhaustion. Wizard, speak the words. The wizard Cormixa raises her hands. Her sleeves slide down, revealing strong, wiry forearms and a string of blue tattoos. Jen bis rakmaka, she bellows in a hollow descending cadence. To your surprise, the stone illuminates and rumbles slightly. Receding into the outline, you hear the large stone door scrape as it rolls sideways into an unseen crevice in the wall. A long, black, dust-filled corridor is exposed, leading into the mountain base. A rush of stale air escapes into the open breeze. It seems this door has not been opened in centuries. Into the mountain, cries Bryn, snapping you from a cautious examination of the newly exposed entrance. You agree, you must enter. Taking refuge in the corridor will let you regroup and deal with these skeletal terrors that have not yet abandoned their pursuit. Clambering into the mouth of the rock opening, your options become clearer. Your party can take a stance against the skeletal wolves and fight from the relative safety of the corridor, or you can try to shut the door and seal yourselves inside the passage. Turn to page 13 if you want to make a stand and fight. Turn to page 49 if you want to try to seal the door shut. Have fun, back to work I go. Bad timing, Lily. Enjoy. They call it a crypt. A crypt. We're starting a poll. What to do? is what I'll say every time. I'm going to say page 13 versus page 49. And we'll just do PG to keep it simple. Something need doing? This is so cool. So, turn to page 13 if you want to make a stand and fight. Turn to page 49 if you want to try to seal the door shut. Okay. The votes are in. Page 13. It is. Page 13. Stand and fight. Taking quick stock of the architecture and area surrounding the opening, your combat training suggests this is a good place to mount a defense. We fight here, you rumble gruffly. Scanning the eyes of your fellow party members, you see weariness, but loyal dedication. Like you, they are eager to be rid of the ragged beasts. You motion for Bryn to join you at the front, and for the others to take formation deeper in the corridor. Your breath calms slightly as you settle into a defensive position, and wait. It doesn't take long to hear them. A low, scratching sound crawls up from the silent heart of the forest bush beyond the opening, followed soon by lurching sounds, an awful, mindless dragging rhythm. Louder and closer the noises grow, and soon a familiar rotten stink assaults your senses in concert with the unsettling sounds. Finally, a series of deranged figures emerge into sight. Again, you behold great skeletal wolf forms, undead, bones held fast by a dark magic enchantment. Festering skin and damp, rotting fur still clings to joints, spinal columns, and exposed rib cages. Their bony bodies and crevices are now also covered in bramble and other debris from the deep green backdrop. You see small yellow lights hanging in each of their empty skull sockets above rows of pointed teeth, locked in static snarls. Yet more forms emerge. Soon, the visible ratio of rotten flesh to vegetation tips in favor of the undead. Almost too many to count. More than 20. Hulking, sagging forms. They form a rough semicircle around the mouth of the corridor. Then, without warning, one beast lunges forward, jaws snapping. Faster than you expected, hastened by dark energy. You twist to avoid the bulk of its weight, but in the flash of action, you feel your right arm go numb. Michaela shrieks. The sense of fear and panic instantly sets the other wolves into a frenzy. Without hesitation, they pour their corrupted flesh onto your position. You hear Cormixa mutter the casting of some anti-magic chant, but her voice is soon muffled as yet more decaying bodies flood into the corridor. Your broken party stumbles backwards collectively, and you know it is over. Desperately, you search the air for the smell of greenery, or wind, or earth, anything, any scent, or signal that can transport your final thoughts up and out, beyond the reach of the terrible stench of the undead. Don't worry, we can just hit up the squire and drop in again. Rip, guys! That's how it goes! That's how it goes. Back to the cover page, shall we? Let's go, Goblin Caves. Crypts is too hard. A true warrior's death. Indeed. Indeed. Okay, well. Should we turn to page 49 if you want to try to seal the door shut? That was quick. Yeah. I wanted to make it obvious that death is right around the corner in this story. The story, a good choose-your-own-adventure, has real stakes, right? Has real dead ends, like any good maze. So let's say this. We'll give you 2 or 3 more deaths, okay? The first collective decision and we all perish. I wanted to make it known that I voted to run. Okay, page 49, shall we? So you make it to the mouth of the rock opening. You can try to shut the door and seal yourselves inside the passage. Here we go. Into the passage you scurry. The walls are chiseled smooth, but caked in heaps of dust and webs. You imagine the corridor itself would be rectilinear, if not for the sloped collection of debris that lines the base of the walls. The interior space is large enough for you to fit in rows of 2. Moving inside, you see no signs of levers or switches, only dust, gray matter, and a passage deeper into the mountainside. Here, more runes. The wizard's flat voice is laced with a hint of optimism. Can you make them out? Bryn asks, looking anxiously back towards the forest tree line. Cormixa runs her bony hands along the wall. Dust and other grayness fall at the slightest touch as tiny symbols are revealed. You grip the hilt of your broadsword, shifting your gaze between the forest and the newly liberated markings. Motion catches your vision from the forest edge. You feel a chill rise in your body as numerous canine figures drag themselves from the green tapestry. They draw closer, no longer encumbered by the tug of the underbrush. Blackened wolf flesh and polluted fur hang from their imposing skulls and skeletal frames. The stench of old rot wafts into the corridor space. You can see the blood of recently deceased colleagues smeared on their teeth and bony claws. A flash of terror grips you. They come for us, Michaela's voice whispers, echoing your unspoken concern. The wizard Cormixa pulls her hands from the wall and again clasps her wrists together. You see various blue tattoos combine to make some strange network of markings that jump between her united forearms. Turning to face the opening, she takes an audible breath in and bellows in an unknown language. Lights burst from her hands, creating white streaks in the air of the corridor. She rakes the air with her fingers in a swooping arc. You hear the low rumble of scraping stone and see the door plate roll out of its resting slot in the wall. The skeletal wolves pay no mind to the bright lights and grinding sounds. One tries to enter the passage, but is promptly caught by the weight of the rolling stone. Crushed to bits, it cries no whimper, no sound. Fragments of teeth scatter to the ground as the light and air of the living world are locked outside. Stale darkness and perfect silence envelops your party as you each collapse to the floor, exhausted. After a few dozen breaths, the taste of dust and sweat becomes nearly insufferable. You pull a torch from your rucksack and spark it with flint and steel. Small orange flames cast long shadows on your broken party. Only 4, Michaela says softly. We mustn't despair, the warrior Bryn ventures with shallow encouragement. Our lives were forfeit the moment we each volunteered to slay the Lich. Bryn winces as he inspects a wound on his stomach. 4 is enough, Cormixa mutters sternly, but we must be cunning. ARNAK anticipates our presence, and we must find him while the evening stars are still in formation. You remember the first briefing in the Merchant King's solarium. 9 proud figures in finery stood around a table while the Grand Council explained the star calendar and the route to the Lich's mountain tomb. Each of you knew the danger involved, but the journey here was much longer and more arduous than anyone expected. Find and destroy him, you add. Turning, you see the wizard is already looking at you. Blue lights hang in her eyes, cutting through the gentle torchlight. Yes, our task is to destroy him, else his magic will creep further into the soil and our people will never know peace or comfort. The hordes of dead will only grow stronger and more numerous. She looks down at the coat of dust on her fingers. We must find a way. Another moment passes, but you feel there is no more time to waste. Your body aches as you rise once more. 4 figures soon stand huddled, each with their own torch, weapons drawn. You turn to face the cascading hallway that leads deeper into the mountain. Together, you walk slowly and carefully. Orange flames lick the roof of the passage, leaving puffs of smoke and long snaking trails seared into the stone ceiling. The hallway continues. The sound of boots, buckles, the soft clanking of other possessions are the only signs of life. Eventually, the passage seems to stop. You approach and realize it comes to a perpendicular intersection, with passages going off in either direction, left and right. Both new passages look the same, covered in silent dust. Time is of the essence. You wonder if it makes sense to split into groups and cover more ground. You motion to divide the party, and the other members show a reluctant understanding. Turn to page 45 if you split the party and go in separate ways. Turn to page 71 if you stick together and take the left passage. Turn to page 18 if you stick together and take the right passage. Engage with your audience. Start a poll. What to do? Page 45. Page 71. Page 18. Turn to page 45 if you split the party and go separate ways. Turn to page 71 if you stick together and take the left passage. Turn to page 18 if you stick together and take the right passage. We'll just wait for a couple more votes. Okay. Page 18. The right passage. Thinking twice, you see a deep weariness in the face of your companions. You are all exhausted. We are stronger together, you muster in pseudo-sincerity. The party turns down the right passage together. All ambient sounds drop away as you get deeper into the mountainside. The air is thin. You can feel dust cling to your teeth as you inhale each labored breath. The very corridor begins to taper inward, making the passage smaller and more cramped. Your party collapses into single file, and you feel a moment of doubt. Resisting your doubts, you resolve to press on. You must succeed in your mission to destroy the Lich. A sense of optimism greets you for an instant, and you seem to feel lighter. Then you hear a click. One terrible sound. A trigger. Something unbenevolent. You feel your foot depressed in a subtle ridge in the stone floor tile. Despair and panic clog your mind as you turn to scream a warning, but it's too late. You hear a distant thumbing sound and feel a tremendous pressure on your turned back. Something slams hard into you and sends you lurching towards your party. You watch helplessly as a solid wooden shaft pierces your body with a crude iron tip. In an instant, it passes through you and slams into Bryn. You fall into him and feel the floor rush up. Shocked, you feel like gasping, but a strange force in your mind helps you consider the scene objectively. You're laying in the dark with a hole in your chest. You struggle against clogging blood to take in a half breath. Slowly, you sink into the dusty floor. It's too awkward to breathe, so you simply pause the notion. Laying in stasis, the moment stretches into infinity. But then the next moment comes. Your body wants to breathe, but all you can do is push out air. The action temporarily quiets your body's reflex. You feel warm. Hot blood soaks into your clothes. The floor presses firmly against your face and torso. Ears ringing, you hear no other sounds. The next moment comes. Your body needs to breathe, and you can't restrain the urge any longer. In a stuttering grasp, you try to take in air, but your throat is full of blood. Your body trembles with a terrible pressure in your chest. Wincing, your eyes try to rise above the pain, pinching up, and you realize the only way to quell is to let go. In reluctant conviction, you let go of your need of air. It feels foreign, and for a moment you lay. Warm red essence makes your skin sticky. You call your perception back to your eyes, away from the feeling regions of your failing body. Silently you peer out of your shell, scanning the floor of wet dust. Light fades. Darkness erodes the edges of your vision. You feel aware in the dark. A mind floating in black, and then nothing. I knew I should never have skipped the tutorial. So I'll admit, I think I was the last vote, which could have tied it. Very macabre. Yeah. Note to self, if Blinn ever run a game, we'd have at least 3 backup characters. So like I said, this was never meant for public consumption. It's edgy, dudes. You know, I feel like there isn't a lot of good descriptions of death in a lot of these stories. And that was kind of like, it's a bit of an MO, you know? Like, let's actually like take some time to consider what it would feel like to die in various low fantasy, high fantasy situations and write a story about them. Seal the door shut, you did that. You came into the thing, you sealed the door shut, you walk down the hallway, you come to an intersection. You have 2 more deaths, and then we'll stop and we'll pick it up another time. He wrote this for his wife? Morbid, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She's into stories. No, this is gold. Congrats. Thank you very much. Honestly, I like it. Cool. So, you have 2 more deaths, and then we'll pause the story, okay? I want this as a book. Turn to page 45 if you split the party and go separate ways. Turn to page 71 if you stick together and take the left passage. Engage with your audience. Start a poll. What to do. Page 45. Page 71. Merch next. It's not a bad idea. No, we'll post it up. We can probably just like host it, and you can click around yourself if you want. That was such a narrative wonder for such a gruesome event. Yeah, have you ever been shot in the chest by a ballista? No, but you can imagine it. If anyone chooses split, I'll be confused. Hold as one. Cool. Okay, here we go. Page 71. Page 71. Let's do it. Okay. Page 71. Thinking twice, you decide to keep everyone together on the same path. Moving again as a unit, you feel a sense of relief from the other party members. Everyone walks in a close formation down the left-hand corridor. At first it feels the same as the original passage, but in time your torches start to bump the ceiling, and you get the sense that the passage is getting smaller. Eventually your suspicions are confirmed, as the hallway can no longer accommodate walking 2 by 2. You drop into single file, first Bryn, then Cormixa, followed by Michaela and yourself. Slowly you shuffle, alert and guarded, into the shrinking dark. The silhouettes of tired shoulders sway back and forth in the orange light ahead of you. The hallway goes on. Soon you need to stoop your back to walk without bumping your head on the torch-lit ceiling. Bryn is stooped as well, trying to look confident at the head of this awkward procession. You see him stumble slightly and hear a clicking sound. The foreign noise snaps you to your senses, and you resent dropping your focus. Everyone stops. Bryn looks down at his feet. The rest of you sense something is wrong and take a few paces back. A second, louder sound fills the tight space. A rusty hinge. The sound of squeaking metal rings out from below. Michaela shrieks as the floor panel under her gives way. Her figure hangs in the air for an instant and then plunges downward. Instinctively, you lurch forward, extending your dominant arm. You wince in pain as Michaela's desperate grasp tugs at the lacerations on your forearm. It is a welcome pain, however, as you come to realize she has not yet fallen into the square pit below. However, your relief is short-lived as you feel your own body slipping inexorably towards the same demise. Gripping with your toes and free hand, you can't quite seem to keep your weight from sliding into the trap. Michaela frantically clings to your arm. There is no time for help. You feel one surge of strength left in your exhausted arm. Do you let go of Michaela and reverse your own body to safety? Or do you spend your last remaining strength on hoisting her hands up to the ledge of the floor? Turn to page 87 if you let Michaela fall into the pit trap. Turn to page 99 if you hoist her up and slide in yourself. Start a poll. What to do? Page 87. Page 99. What do you think? Turn to page 87 if you let Michaela fall into the pit trap. Turn to page 99 if you hoist her up and slide in yourself. How well do I know Michaela? It's a good question. Interesting, it's neck and neck. Oh, it's tipped now. 12 votes. Page 99. Ending poll. Let's be heroic. Sounds good. Page 99. If you hoist her up and slide in yourself. A soft protest widens the eyes of your young compatriot as you wrench her hands to the safe grip of the ledge. But your jackknifing motion causes an irreversible inertia, and you feel your body slipping into the stone chute head first. Your body screams in protest as it realizes you are falling. There is nothing to hold. The stone walls of the pit are cold and smooth. Darkness shrouds your vision, and you descend. Your head and shoulders slam into something irregular in shape. A white impact flash streaks across your vision, and you feel pain. This pain surprises and relieves you somewhat because it means you are not dead. You take a breath and realize you have landed on a mass pressed against the side of the wall in the chute. Probing the area with your hand, you feel an array of metal spikes pointed upwards. But it seems a few have been bent away, and you lay in the empty space where something once stood. "Throw down a torch!" you call, surprised to hear the sound of your own voice once more. Your colleagues hoot with sounds of relief and disbelief, and a small orange flare tumbles from the opening above. It lands in the center of the pit beside you. Pike tips and other makeshift iron blades grow up from the bottom of this death trap, but somehow you are not impaled. Turning your vision downwards, you see a dusty lump under you. Something once shiny and hard has bent the spikes away. Then you realize it's a suit of armor. Shoulder plates, a broken helm, old bones. Clearly, some unfortunate soul has blazed this trail before you. Readjusting your posture on top of the plate mail, you can see more of its detailing. Fine metalwork, strange edges, hammered shapes. Dry, cracked leather straps holding the plates have almost turned to dust themselves. It's the oldest leather you've ever seen. This armor could be 800 years old. You focus your eyes and get a sense of the body shape under you. Spikes pierce the plates and helm. Bones and dust all taper into the base of the spikes. A gruesome scene locked in black stasis. Then, in the flicker of the torch, you see another edge. The shimmer of a broken spike, you think at first, but dislocated, brighter, lower in the pit. Adjusting your head angle, you realize it must be a sword. Sleek and narrow, it stands vertically, almost immune to the gray dust. Reaching in carefully, you pluck it from the spikes and clutch its pommel firmly. Shifting your weight back onto the main surface of the punctured plate armor, you hear the slapping of a rope in the chute above you. It's awkward to readjust your body and get your feet under you once more. Slowly, you rotate in small intervals. Grabbing the rope, you are hoisted up. You can feel tears on your face as you finally emerge from the pit and rest your body on the hallway's stone floor. Your friends each lay their hands on you in silent disbelief. You show them the recovered sword. Michaela bites her lip and dives into your midsection with an embrace of gratitude and suspended sorrow. For a moment, you are lost in emotion. Your thoughts are everywhere at once. Gasping, you remember to breathe. The wizard leans in, torch in hand. Time to move. Strangely energized, you nod in agreement. Together, the party resumes its slow shuffling in the corridor. Caution delays almost every step, and Bryn's place in the lead has been replaced by Cormix's more nimble footfalls. The hallway continues to taper, and you feel a mounting frustration. On and on it leads. Your mind and eyes race for some sign of change or danger. A wall appears dimly in the distance. It looks as though the corridor does end. With quickened breaths and careful steps, you inch forward. Moving closer, you see the wall itself is nondescript, but an ornate metal door emerges from the angled torch shadows of a recess in the right-hand wall. Thick and rusted it stands. Large metal hoops hang from tapered metal cones. An ornate metal handle juts forward and bends backwards towards the door. The wizard scans the area carefully. In a moment, she turns back to the party. "No traps here," she says with tempered confidence. Using her unseen strength, she plunges the handle downward. The metal door swings open. Turn to page 25 to follow Cormixa through the metal door. Here we go. Metal hinges squeal, and orange light dashes eagerly into the new space. To your dismay, the room seems somehow dustier. A fog hangs in the light. Moving into the space, you hear the torch flames perk up, feeding on the dry specks of fuel that dot the air. The room expands before your eyes. You are nudged inward by your party's desperation to be rid of the corridor. Once fully inside, you notice jagged shadows flit and flicker on the walls of the large room. Taking a moment to focus, you now see this effect is created by rows of shallow, nave-like spaces. Separated by thin columns, these cascading inset slots each contain a large stone obelisk. No, looking again, they are upright tombs. Your heart sinks. It seems the room is somewhat circular, and each tomb faces inward. Stepping forward cautiously, your torchlight finally finds the center of the space. A circular riser becomes visible, a large stone step that acts as a platform. Moving forward again, your light reveals another vertical form on the step. The imposing shape dominates your vision. You don't want to believe your eyes. A towering human figure stands 8 feet tall. The silhouette of a pointed helm and shoulders reveal it is an armored figure, a knight. You stop taking steps, but your eyes continue to adjust to the low light of your torches. Tight gray skin clings in patches to a face barely visible through the openings in the helm. Heavy arms are layered by plates and mail. You are thankful this giant of death stands dormant. But Bryn seems unsettled. His eyes have no sustained focus, and his vision bounces from the wall of stone tombs to the central figure to the fading dark haze that blankets the far half of the room. As if by some deep reflex, Bryn readies his axe. Pale eyes instantly flicker to light in the helm of this skeletal knight. Its form seems to swell with an invisible force as it becomes animate. You sense a cold, imminent danger. You take a step back and motion to draw your sword. As if to shadow you, the armored figure lumbers forward and also draws a bladed weapon. You see black steel ripple out of an ancient sheath for a sustained period. A grim greatsword. Seeing the final length of the knight's weapon makes your legs feel weak. The newly animated figure gives you no quarter. It takes another quick step towards the party. Turn to page 44 if you rush to Bryn's side with your weapon at the ready. Turn to page 60 if you want to charge the figure from the flank. What to do? What to do? Page 44. Page 60. Turn to page 44 if you rush to Bryn's side with your weapon at the ready. Turn to page 60 if you want to charge the figure from the flank. What do you guys think? His unsheathed greatsword got me weak in the knees. Yeah. 12 votes. It's neck and neck, guys. 12 votes. It is tied. I'll wait for one tiebreak. Turn to page 44 if you rush to Bryn's side with your weapon at the ready. Turn to page 60 if you want to charge the figure from the flank. 44, end poll. Bloody brilliant, thank you, Two Hands. 44, correct? 44. Okay. Sensing an impending attack, you slide your left to your left and come to Bryn's side. Shoulders touching, blades ready, you watch the horrible form lurch forward. It moves with unholy grace and swoops to one side. You and Bryn recalibrate, only to realize the knight's movement was a feint. The skeletal form shifts again quickly to the other side and makes a cutting motion. Instinctively, you drop low, bent at the waist and knees. Bryn takes a defensive posture to parry the knight's dark steel blade. You hear him grunt as the remnants of his strength give out. The knight's blade is too heavy and forces its way through Bryn's noble intentions. A wet, spurting sound combines with a grunt of pain and sprays the air with sick panic. Bryn's body topples over as the knight's blade follows through over your bent body. Sensing an opening, you launch from your crouched position and attempt a two-handed swiping blow at the knight's turned leg. Your broadsword is heavy enough to make a path between two plates and nip through the rusting ringmail beneath. You don't get the sense that any pain is delivered, but the dark giant's body wavers and lists off balance. Taking a step to adjust, the knight staggers under its own weight and slips. It crashes to the side, landing on an armored hip and elbow. There is a moment of hesitation, disbelief, and opportunity. You feel Cormix's hand grasp you firmly. "You must proceed," she hisses in desperation. You have no choice but to follow the direction of her shove towards the far side of the circular room. "Go!" she cries, her hand again laying into your lower back. The strength of her arm sends you skidding forward. There is a protest growing in your core, but you can't think of anything to do. Reluctant to move on, you stare backwards. Cormixa has already centered her pose and her arms locked together. Green mist starts rising from her united extremities. The knight shifts on the ground towards the spellcaster. Cormixa rises and releases her arms in two circular motions away from her center line. Bright jade bands of light stream behind. The bands of light seem to split the air, and a torrent of thick liquid streams through the hovering portal. An acrid smell violates the room immediately as the liquid blasts into the knight and splashes backwards. Bubbling, hissing sounds ignite, and you see the armor get slick and lose integrity. Turning to run, you hear the painful screams of your party call out in macabre encouragement. You hastily cross the room and notice a configuration of pillars leading out of the space. Without another glance back, you dart through the cascade of stone pillars. The sounds and smells of corroded devastation follow in a lazy pursuit. turn to page 82 to move through the stone pillars. Here we go. Uh-oh. An issue here. 1 second. I'm just going to also reset the music. Go here. Give me 2 moments. I'm good. I got it. Okay. Page 82. Okay. The pillars form a space just wide enough for you to move through comfortably. Soon you realize each new column is slightly larger than the last. Eventually this detail is impossible to ignore as the size and distance of each stone shaft increases at large intervals. Soon, your pace slows to a halt as you appreciate the new space around you. A great hollow cavern, round and rough, expands up into a speckled granite dome. The pillars extend into the distance. Some look to reach 50 feet up into the rough natural ceiling. You notice the air itself seems more spacious. Insignificant dust hangs unnoticed in the presence of magnificent pillars at the grandest scale. You notice an ambient light radiating in the distance. Stepping through the cascade of cylindrical stones, you feel a slight dip in the ground. You walk gently down slope into the cavern toward what looks like a disc in the ground in the distance. A few dozen steps later, you realize the disc is a pool of light or liquid. A gray figure stands in the pool, and a great blocky granite throne lurks on the far side of the scene. You duck slightly to the side, moving behind the pillars as best you can, creeping forward. Your vision is disrupted by each passing cylinder, but you draw closer, seemingly undetected. Closer still, you can make out the small hooded figure standing in the center of the shallow pool. Thick gray robes hang over a bony frame. Its arms and figures are outstretched downwards towards the edges of the pool, swaying slightly in some subtle motion. Slowly and deliberately, you see the gray figure lowering into the unknown substance. This must be the Lich, ARNAK, performing his rejuvenation ritual. You recall the Grand Council describing this procedure at the quest's commencement. They said his ritual must not be allowed to complete. This may be your best opportunity to disrupt him. Turn to page 21 if you want to charge at the Lich with your broadsword. Turn to page 33 if you have the silver sword and want to attack. Turn to page 75 if you attempt to speak with the Lich. Turn to page 68 if you have the amber circlet and want to use it. Engage with your audience. Start a poll. What to do? Page 21. Page 33. Page 75. What was the last one? Page 68. Here we go. Turn to page 21 if you want to charge at the Lich with your broadsword. Turn to page 33 if you have the silver sword and want to attack. Turn to page 75 if you attempt to speak with the Lich. Turn to page 68 if you have the amber circlet and want to use it. I like how you guys are deliberating. It's a tie between page 33 and 75. Looks like page 33 it is. I mean, you did earn the silver sword, right? You did earn it, so let's do it. Here we go. Page 33. You reach down to your belt and roll your fingers on the strange pommel of the ancient silver weapon. With it drawn, you step out from behind the pillar and motion towards him. The lich stiffens as it detects your presence. Spinning, you see a distorted, noseless face shrouded by a thick hood. Gnarled fingers come together in a tented formation, and a great white bolt of lightning cracks towards you. Diving, you shift your weight to the side and throw the silver blade. White electricity rakes across your legs, but does not compromise your attack. The sword flies true and with speed. Piercing layers of brittle robes, it finds the lich's ribcage. Frail and small, the figure slumps in the center of the pool. A sense of victory flirts with you briefly until you see the lich's body convulse and shake violently. Strange, jointed legs erupt from the dark, cloaked mass. Bristles of plates of armored flesh burst outwards. Finally, a large thorax and swollen abdomen expand outwards, and you see the final form. A monstrous spider now stands in the pool, covered in peeling skin and coarse necrotic hair. It pokes at you with two of the front-facing limbs. Maneuvering backwards, you manage to loose your broadsword from its sheath. Ready now, you bait the next attack. Feigning weakness, you mock a stumble. The changeling lich is eager to be rid of you. It motions towards your position, but steps outside the pool. There is a hissing sound as the pool changes color and becomes dimmer slightly. The spider's body shakes with convulsion as it picks up the offending foot with a jerk. You hear the soft rattling sound of the silver blade shake loose and hit the ground by the pool. Scrambling to take advantage of the lich's pain, you dive for the ancient blade. The palm of your hand meets its slim hilt as you slide on the ground toward it. Your folded legs grind to a stop on the stone floor, and you turn to face the spider. One of its legs is near enough, and you swing wildly. The silver blade cleaves through the trunky mass, and black fluid oozes from the newly severed stump. The spider recoils slightly, but spins and lurches at you with the force of its remaining limbs. You feel the weight of the monster's body pressing in. Its gruesome face is but inches from your own. In the immediacy of the moment, you only have time to turn the blade upwards. The spider's weight crashes down. You hold the blade fast and feel it propped against the floor. The blade digs deep into the midsection of the reeking body. Forcing a slip, you encourage the blade to sever across the thorax, spilling organs and other sour-smelling fluids. You are enveloped and encased by the stinking husk of your dying foe. You struggle with what strength you have left, fighting for air and life as the carcass tries to snuff you with its own fleeting essence. I should have known that was the end. That's the end. You did it. You did it. Nice block. I thought there was more, and so I didn't taper down my cadence. We did it. You totally did it. We won. You totally won. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back and see what happens if you talk, and then you can decide what to do. We'll go back. Nice. There was also some interest in talking, so let's do that, and then if we go through this again, we'll leave the two other ones for next time. Okay, here we go. Turn to page 75 if you attempt to speak with the lich. ARNAK! You cry, emerging from your hidden position. To your surprise, the figure responds physically to your call. Frozen with fear, you watch the body turn slowly in the effervescent pool. You see his face first in dim profile. Gray ashen flesh. A rough, triangular hole takes the place of a nose amid sunken cheeks. Thin, wrinkled skin is drawn across teeth in the lower jaw. Then, surprisingly, bright human eyes meet yours. Living eyes, white with brown dots. They look surreal, like the essence of a living being wrapped by an undead prison. The eyes are covered by thin lids. They behold you with focused intensity. We have come to end your reign of misery, you proclaim. We? A voice echoes in a mocking tone. Your time is meaningless, he hisses slowly. Behold the power of the abyss. You feel your legs go numb as a strange force seizes your body and pulls you towards the pool. Coming to a halt at the edge, you look closely at it for the first time. It looks like a swirling amber sky. Cloud-like masses and other solid formations hang in the distance. Matter and other particles whip by in great torrents. You get the sense of a vast and terrible space. Realizing your fear and apprehension, the Lich forces you through the portal opening. The feeling of falling overtakes all sensation. You lose any notion of direction or orientation as your body crosses through the opening into another realm. Whirling grit peppers your face. Your mouth burns with dry panic. Howling wind dominates all you can hear. Tumbling, you fall in open space. There is no ground, no figure plane, just a maelstrom of orange and white. The distorted scene consumes you fully. In one direction, it seems you can look backwards in time. Great formations of stars and masses reverse into cloudy debris and open space. In another direction, you see the implosion of great swirling systems. Your mind is overwhelmed. Crushed by the borderless nature of this space, you drift motionless, waiting to die of thirst or starvation, trying desperately not to comprehend the true nature of infinity. End. Okay. Cool. We'll leave it there. You guys can tell me. Now we go back to the... Now we have a higher level choose your own adventure. I'd be okay with this end. Thank you for listening, guys. Thank you very much. Holy, holy, holy. That was awesome. Thank you, guys. Never would I have imagined. Yeah. Thanks, Ham, for the encouragement there. Yeah, I'm gonna need a whole lot more of this, please. Cool. Really well done. I like the writing. Thank you. How many endings are there? There are 4 endings. We've experienced 2 of them. Thank you for the experience. Okay. So I've got this story, and there's still a bit of mileage left in it. I've got another story, but it's cyberpunk. It's more kind of like it's like Neuromancer. It's like cyberpunky. It's completely out of band with the channel. But we can save that for another day, a bit further down the road, methinks. Get Blinn AI to do it to save your voice. I love reading it, though. I feel like... Also, I haven't read this in many, many years, so it's a real treat for me to actually reread it, because... Also, why is back to cover page kind of like the TF2 font? Because I'm a classy guy, and because Team Fortress 2 is also classy. Let me just do this. Yeah, good. That was definitely a treat. Okay, cool. Yeah, Blinn AI voice inflections are a little bit wonky. It's true, check my previous comment. No, I appreciate you. You're just looking out. What to... Let's do it properly. What to do next? Read through to another ending. Back to Wartales. Let's play Mistfall. Hunter. Something else? You tell me. You tell me what to do next, guys. We can read through to another ending. We can do something else. For the one person who just voted something else, tell me what that is. Tell me what that is. for the person who voted for something else. I should have specified, if you're going to vote that, then it's incumbent upon you to say what the thing is going to be. Nice. Pet Burger Lamau. Burger's asleep in the sun. Okay, awesome. Where's the pet burger? That was the, I want you to pet the cat. Play a new class on Dark. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm feeling good. I do not need that experience. Okay, Wartales it is. Let's see how far we can get before we get our butt kicked. Oh, that was fun. Tavern for a second here, while I fade out this soundtrack. Two Hands, I will share the soundtrack with you. Awesome. Is Wartales a new game? No, Wartales... Actually, well, I still have my tavern up. Let me show you here. I do have a Blue Intermission queued up. We can do a Blue Intermission sometime soon. Wartales. Here we go. So you can see... Oh, I guess this just says I've got 144 hours in the game. And previous to now, I played 2 years ago. I think it was in early access 2021, 2022. But the game has been in development for like a good 4 years plus. Indie dev, as far as I know. 1 second. I think I heard a weird cracking sound. And ever since I've been a university kid with no money and no ability to fix or buy a new computer, every time I smell the whiff of smoke, I always think it's my computer catching fire. But I think it's a neighbor starting a spring burn for their garden. I've seen it on Splattercat, so it must be indie, yeah. So always love a chance to support the indie devs. And these guys have done a great job with a lot of accessible assets, I think. It's been a work in progress for a long time. Okay. We just completed our first bounty. We have a decent amount of stamina left. I'm going to collect this wood. And maybe there's a chance... Oh, there's some more wood here. It really does, like, reward a bit of exploration. Like, sometimes there's a bunch of stuff in the trees that you can't see. Your prose was excellent. Good stories, by the way. Thank you very much. Thawwood cave thing. Unforgiving, full of hate. Dying is your final fate. The deeper you delve, the darker it be. Please, evil game, let me be free. Mm-hmm. That story time was a stream first. Glad you could catch it. Totally. What is this? This is a guard outpost? Okay. Little diorama. We look around for things. Ah, aha. So there's hemp back here. We can pick this hemp. You use hemp to make rope. Anything else here? Let's talk to these people. What do you got to say?
Nothing is beneath him. Bertram stole 2 cows and a calf from my brother-in-law.
Okay. What do you got to say?
To think that we have to camp out here because of some pig-headed bandit. That Bertram will stop at nothing to terrorize the Orcles. But when it comes to facing the guard, that's a whole other matter. You see that cave to the north? He's holed up in there.
They think some bandit is in the cave to the north.
It's been 3 days and still he won't surrender. Bertram knows he's done for, yet he continues defending his land. That's why I need mercenaries. He doesn't know you. He might even let you in.
Interesting.
He thinks he can convince you to help him. And once you've gained his trust, you can finish him off for us.
Interesting. So he wants me to go to the cave and be rid of some bandit guy. I didn't accept the quest. Let's go in here first. Cave. Okay. What do you got to say?
Ah, mercenaries. Did Fergus send you to help us?
That's the guard guy outside.
Roland hired you to kill me. I beg of you, don't do this.
Okay.
We do not enjoy bullying the farmers, you know. We have no choice if we want to survive. Roland is the one who must die.
Whoa.
I will match his offer. In fact, I can pay you more. And you would be doing a good deed. Once he is gone, the farmers of Chiltern will have no one to protect them. We won't have to force them to share their resources with us.
Kill the captain.
It's the only solution.
Iron ore. Okay, so the guard outside wants us to kill these guys. These guys want us to kill the guard outside. This wants me to be a miner. To mine. I'm going to assign that profession, because as we've learned, assigning a profession also gives your troops more stats. So for example, make this guy a mine. He gets extra constitution. Interesting. Cool. So he's a miner. Do the murder hobo thing. What does that mean? Let's see. Sinister Cave. Let's do the mine with our miner. Okay, learn how to mine. Place your cursor on the mining circle. Okay? Press the mouse button when the green circle overlaps the gray one to gather a maximum of ore. Oh, minigame. Okay. Looks like it's getting harder. All right, the circle gets more narrow. Ooh, that was close. Great. We got iron ore for our trouble. Okay, murder hobo.
Roland hired you to kill me.
Murder hobo means to me, we'll take the... We'll...
I will once he is gone.
Wait. Don't I also have a shield to equip? I think I do, but I can't access my camp just here. Okay, let's accept this guy's quest. I accept. We'll kill the guard outside. Murder hobo. Here we go. We're gonna leave. We're gonna go to camp. We're gonna equip our fancy shield. Who's gonna get it? Bob. Bob's gonna get it. Can it? Yeah, equipped. Look at that's a fancy one. Guard and armor. Very nice. I think you can equip people by clicking to the top left too. Oh, interesting. Oh, I see. Right. So I don't have to be in... Right, I don't have to be in camp. Oh, that's very helpful. Thank you. Cool. I can probably assign a profession too. Like up here. Like this Bob, for example. Could be also a blacksmith. I wonder. Oh, I guess you have like one profession at a time. You have one profession at a time. You will lose all experience gained as a miner. Interesting. No, I'm not sure what I want to do yet. We don't have to figure this out just yet. Okay, but that's very helpful. So now, we talk to this guy. And you're the guy.
Bertram hired you to kill us?
Uh-huh. No, wait, you don't understand.
This man is not
He's been terrorizing local farmers and stealing their crops. He must die. No, we'll kill you. Level 3. This could be very hard. This could be very hard. So we gotta make sure. Murder hobo is the D&D party that roams and kills everyone without attempting to interact with the story. I see. It's just a mindless murder ball. Okay, he's an archer. This foot soldier seems scary. We have... Who's going first? The captain's going first, and then this guy. If we move far enough away, we might be able to make enough space to get out of his range. There also looks like these explosive barrels. Powder kegs. I'm not sure how much I want to mess around with that, though. Let me think. I'm gonna put this guy here, because we're gonna move him and shoot. More explosive barrels here. Ooh, that's not good. What's this? Raw materials. Oh, I can make repair in the middle of everything. Interesting. Phalanx soldier. These barrels concern me, but we'll risk it. So. Bob is here. Thob is here. Thob is going for the boss. And then we'll look to do some more damage when the time comes. Okay, let's move. We can just barely get to him. Thob. Let's go Thob. Chaotic. Yeah. Okay, we've engaged the captain. He can no longer use his... Whoa! What the... He shot me, even though we were... Maybe is it an ability he has? Every time this unit is engaged by an enemy, they perform an attack of opportunity. Yikes! So he got shot up. Thob and Bob. Totally. Okay. Oh, that's too bad. We can spend a point here to weaken. From a counterattack? Yeah. Yeah, that was a big shot. I'm going to save that point. I'll save that point. Okay, we'll end the turn there. That could be devastating. I did not know that was a thing. What now? Bobby and Bob. Bob is over here. I feel like this Bob is going to take over when this guy moves into position. Let's move this player down here. So, Archer Bob. He can't see the captain. But I can see this guy, and we can get a shot in. Let's do it. Okay. Good. Okay, good. The engaged fist attack from the range guy is nothing. Nothing to worry about. Let's move forward. We'll move this guy first, maybe. Let's see how far this guy can move. Not very far. So we'll move this guy in. Try to stay away from the range of the barrels, if possible. Okay, coming in to help. Spear attack. Very nice. I can also move, attack, and then use the remainder of my movement if I have any, which is good to remember. This guy, we get a Valor point if we end turn next to an enemy, or next to a teammate, so we'll do that here. I like this kind of game. I love this kind of game also because there's just no time pressure. You can take as much time every round to think about what you want to do. It's so satisfying, in my opinion. So this guy went the other way, curiously. So I'll have to keep kiting him a bit, I feel like. In the meantime, we'll move Bob here. No damage in, unfortunately. Oh, he's also got a spear. I see. New round is starting. Okay, this guy is going to go sooner than later. We can see in the initiative chain, right? This guy's the threat, which means I got to get these guys moving. I got to get these guys moving. Maybe we'll go here. We're in the barrel range, which isn't great, but we'll get damage in. Maybe if I move back a little bit, I get more spear damage. Right? I don't want to be right up close, because the spear does more damage when it's at range. And then I can still move a little bit at the end, which I like. I get sucked into all the little world details in the game. I love it. Yes. Agreed. Okay, Archer Bob. Is he going to be able to move far enough? I hope so. Because otherwise, that guy is looking mighty scary. We're in barrel range. I'm gonna do one more bit of damage to this guy, I think. Maybe we can get him off the table. Okay, fingers crossed this guy can't reach me. I have a feeling he will, though. Ah, no! Big hit. That's tough. Okay, I'll have to push him away with the spear, maybe. That's what I'll do. I want to disengage this unit, but I want to do this smartly. I also wonder if I can finish one of these guys off. He doesn't have armor. I don't want him to be over here. I want to swap in someone who has more armor to fight this guy. So maybe what we do... Poisonous oil. Weird. Applies the effect of poisonous oil for the duration of the fight. Interesting. Do I want that for this character? I wonder. If I stand here... Trying to figure out where you leave guys as well is really important for games like this, right? Maybe we move in with Bob first. I do want to take this player off the table, though. So let's do this. Let's take this Bob here. Stash is looking great. Oh, the mustache. Yeah. Ooh, a critical. Okay, cool. So, that will be the end of this person's turn. And then let's move Bob here. I should be able to make use of this poisonous oil. Yes. Okay. Ooh, and look, I can do... See how this Wrath deal 4 to 5 damage to the target if they have less than 50% health remaining is different than my normal attack. It costs me a Valor point. So I can use this to get rid of this guy. Great. And then I still have some movement left. So I can move in here behind the boss and get a good shot in. Ooh, that was a big one. 24 damage. Massive. Okay. And Bob's turn. We have another Bob. Bob from the front. Nice. Okay. Now we'll end turn here. Hopefully this person doesn't do too much damage. 4. Manageable. A manageable amount of damage. Okay, now we have a bunch of things to do. We want to kill this person. We want to disengage these two and put the proper person. Will this fire hit this player? Yes. First things first, let's take care... Do we need to take care of this boss? Or are things fine? Is it better to totally focus on this person? No, if we do this, then we'll get the galvanization. It's always better to focus down and take enemies off the table, because the sooner you get to that morale marker, that galvanization marker, you do way, way, way more damage. So let's do that. Let's do that. Damage here. And then I break the turn. Pause the turn. Good. People I don't want in the front line against that armored dude. That said, we need to push them away, don't we? Maybe we do this Bob next. We move here. Just a touch. 2.5. Right? Just a touch. We push away. We use our spear. We push away. Good. That disengages. Okay. Now we can move this person. More of a front line here. I don't mind this person being a front line. Dang, yearly performance review got in the way of delving ARNAK crypts. I guess the real treasure is my positive performance score. Yeah, that's way more important, dude. The VOD waits for you. An annual performance review. When Moss, let's face it, I felt guilty keeping you up at night, thinking that maybe that late night gaming sessions were preventing you from peak performance at work, but it sounds like your employer is none the wiser. In which case, congratulations on living a double life of being both a gamer and someone who's good at their job. You know what I mean? Let's get Bobby in the mix here. And this should be the knockout blow. Nice. Did you show your employer your V-Rising castle map that you drew at work today? Boss points to Moss. You may not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. Yep. That's it. A little heal. Okay. I don't need to go too far here. We'll go down this way. Of course, I got a raise off of that. Nice. GG, Moss. That's awesome to hear, man. That's awesome. Okay, 2 moves left. I feel like we do this. We attack. Like so. Ooh, a critical. That's the dex talking. And we run away. Make some space. And then we rest. And then this person... Oh yeah, we're in. Give me on that front line. We're in. What a fantastic feeling. It's awesome. The guy gets married, comes back to a positive annual review, right? What a month. Okay. I'm not worried anymore. Look at me, I'm not worried. Temporary point, we'll do it. All I read was next round is on Moss. No. Hooray! Okay. One coworker downloaded and played Dad a while back as we saw me watching Blinn at work. One of my coworkers. That's funny. Okay. We're repairing our broken armor with 4 raw materials. Thob requires healing. So we use medicine. We have 5 medicine. We'll use 1. And little boy Bobby, young Bobby, gains a level. Maybe Constitution? Sure. And whenever he kills, maybe Bobby will be the killer. No, you know what? Valor. Ooh, I don't know. I'm just gonna go Valorous support because there's all these opportunities to end the session. Captain's Bicocket? The heck is that? What's a Bicocket? Is it a hat? Take willpower range armor. Wow. Okay. Bertram, what do you have to say?
I believe Roland is dead.
Yes.
And we are free.
Yes.
We really owe you one.
Yes.
Here, take this.
Oh.
You deserve it. I'll be sure to tell Fergus and the other refugees in the Haven what you did.
Oh, nice. Okay. So, for each county that you're in, there's like, story experience. Yeah, what is this? The Fate of Tilrin. So, as you complete, like, the main story quests, your story experience increases. And this is how you complete or, like, finish each zone. Bobby's growing up Murder hobo strategy wins again. Yeah. You can take the hobo away from the murderer, but you can't take the murderer out of the hobo. I guess so. You have to be quick with the mousing over to minimize window on the browser. That's what I do, Lamau. I leave one earbud out so I can hear if people are walking towards me. Fastest minimize in the West. That's so funny. I had a friend at a job once, and he like wrote a script to make it look like he was compiling, compiling code, and he would leave that on his second monitor all the time. So it always looked like he was compiling code. No matter what, again, if someone walked by and be like, "Oh, what are you doing?" He'd be like, "Oh, like I'm just browsing this website for now because my code is compiling or whatever." And people are like, "Okay, great, keep up the good work." We use live streams picture-in-picture to stop screens from idling, and I choose Blinn always. DT has been around for so long. Ooh, he's got what is it, a golden key? This man had a golden key on his body. DT, thank you so much, buddy, for hanging out all this time. It's so cool. What is this? Wood cut wood? Wood cut wood. Maybe this is a job for Brawny Bob, right? Brawny Bob. Maybe Brawny Bob can be a woodcutter. Okay. Guard outpost. Since board meeting 1, that despicable Taylor. It's true. Clippy knows. Clippy's got the data, guys. Love it here. Thanks, Blinn, Burger, and Clippy. Thank you, DT. Thank you. So, learn how to chop wood. It's the same as mining for ore. You put the mouse over the thing, and you click when the green circle's inside the gray circle. Cool. We're doing it. We're chopping that wood. Hiya! Nyeh. Oh, yeah. We're doing good. Yes. Yes! He's a little like, he does like a little like yes emote. You see that? That's funny. Okay, what do we have? Level 2 required. Archer Bob, are you level 2? Can you equip this? Cannot equip light helmet. Why not? Why not? No aptitude points? Because he has not picked a thing yet, maybe? We need to level up Archer Bob. Archer Bob has a fancy hat, and he must experience. His head is too smooth. It would slip right off. No. You just let a bit of stubble grow, and that's all the grippy you need. Okay. We did our job. We got our first bounty. Let's head back to... Uh-oh. The refugee leader has caught wind of your actions. He wishes to meet with you in the haven. Okay, we'll think of that. Ooh, look, more wine. Let's get some more wine. Maybe some more mushrooms. Okay. Not too much, though. We still have a carp. Okay. I'm going to walk until I'm exhausted. Then I'm going to camp. And then we'll go back to town and we'll cash in our bounty. We'll see about another bounty.
Might I interest you in my humble wares, my good sirs?
Humble wares, my good sirs? More wine. Man, a lot of wine going on. Get some more apples. Thank you. King Robert gets slightly annoyed. Why now? I bet you taste like blackberry jam. Fucking, that guy was so gross. Oh, what is this? Like a fishing spot or something? Fishing spot, probably. Oh, I have no stamina. Your group is overtired. No, I didn't mean to get overtired. I loved King Robert. That guy was a character, was he not? My favorite. Yes, you know. You know. Oh, what a great show. For the first, like, 4 seasons, it was probably the best television of the 2010s. The best television of the 2010s. For now, the best television of the 2020s, Andor. Haven't even seen any of season 2, but I'm already giving it to Andor. We also have a knowledge point. What else can I do here? Rationing? The troop eats 3 less food. Interesting. Frugality. Each companion agrees to cut their wages for the greater good. Aw. Wages paid to companions reduced by 10%. I mean, that sounds like a money saver. Let's learn frugality. Fish hook. Saddlebags. It was a great community too. I remember sitting on the bus on my way to high school, all my friends, and just discussing what happened. Did you like it more than The Mandalorian? Mandalorian had a great first season. And even then, they had like a great few episodes in the first season. And then The Mandalorian totally went off the rails. It jumped the shark. It became a farce. It was a joke. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand it. But great first season, Mando. But not best television. Frugality, we're learning it. And haven't seen Andor yet. Is it really that good? Maddie, yes. Yes, Maddie. Based Blinn, 100% agree. I mean, didn't they also try to spin up a show called Boba Fett? And it was the same kind of junk TV. It was confused. It was like piecemeal. It was not grand in its ambitions. Boba Fett and late Mandalorian, horrible. First season of Mandalorian, awesome. Anyway, let's decide what we want to eat. This is like the best part of the game, is everyone's around the fire, and you've got what? I've got a carp, right? Carp and mushrooms? Ugh, maybe I'll save the carp. Maybe we do nice fried mushrooms. Oh, like 3 big crusty loaves of bread, apples, and wine. Look, and then the drunkard among us is not upset because there's wine for dinner. Check out Andor. Oh, Mateo, that's your homework, buddy. And come back and tell us how good it is as soon as you see it. Dinner Party Simulator. It's so good. Now that's a meal. Totally, right? Festive, seasonal. Better eat the bread before it gets totally stale. Because we leave the farm like a week ago? Happy Thursday, Yak Band. Totally, Clippy Nose. Rest. We're resting. We're resting. Okay. The troop was well rested. You've gained 2 valor points. We have 4 of 6. Happiness is increased. Maximum valor point increased by 1, and we've produced a couple of raw materials. Excellent. Yes, sir, Captain Blinn, sir. Awesome. Awesome. You're gonna like it, man. Okay, so that is us resting. Good. Now, we can... I'm looking for resources in the open world. I don't see any. I'm gonna hop in the thing here. Okay, let's go to the Traveler's Inn. Turn in our bounty.
Might you be looking for work? Our role as emissaries.
Collect bounty. Ooh, I got money. 429. And let's review possible jobs. We have one on right now, right? We have one on right now. We are looking for this bounty down here. We haven't been this way yet. Maybe that's what we do next. Maybe we take this high road and go down this way. We could do that. Okay. Anything else? This is hard. These are hard. Help requested desperate refugees. Bandits have been attacking caravans and travelers along the roads. This must end now or merchants will refuse to travel through Tiltren. Interesting. We'll just put this on our radar. 200 gold is pretty decent, and that puts us kind of, well, interesting. We'll have to see where... That's on our radar. Okay. Look, you can talk to the tavern owner. Look at this guy. Look what he sells. He sells a recipe for apple pancake. What does it take? Apples, wheat, and honey? And what does apple pancake do? Reduces the speed at which the troops' fatigue stacks by 30%. Huh. 100 gold for a recipe. I could just buy the apple pancake for 30 gold. Brandy. I've got enough wine. Oh yeah, Band of Brothers is really nice. Oh, that show, I watched that show myself. Some things I like to watch alone. My wife isn't so into like the kind of military history, but I love that stuff. I watched Band of Brothers by myself, and there's nothing like when you, and I watch it with headphones. You watch really good TV by yourself, like in the morning, with headphones on, and you really see the whole thing. Like there's no second screen, there's no distractions, you just watch the show. And few shows are worthy of that. Band of Brothers, worthy of it. I watched a movie called, I think it was called All Quiet on the Western Front. It was a recent World War I remake. And man, was it real. That was one, I don't know. That's a tough one. It's a tough watch. It's good, but I won't forget it anytime soon. I'll tell you that. I'm going to buy the recipe for the apple pancake. Chef's platter. Blueprint brewing vat. Whoa. Teaches you how to craft brewing vat. Should I buy both of these things? I'm going to buy this recipe. Should I buy the brewing vat? If there's someone in my party that needs to drink at every meal, I mean, we'll probably have to start brewing. If you liked All Quiet, you'll like 1917. The casting for band was spot on. Some of them legit look like younger versions of the real people. Yeah, it's awesome. I think I've seen 1917. Is that the movie that was shot all in one take? It's like a one take shot. And it has, speaking of Game of Thrones, it has the actor who played Tommen, I think. Tommen was in the movie. I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it. I loved it. I don't think it was great. It was certainly a feat. Some crazy cinematography. Yes. Have you read Storm of Steel? Oh, no, I have not. Interesting. I'm also going to grab this. I'm spending money, but there's nothing almost better to spend it on than renewable resources, right? Okay. 30 gold for the pancake. Yeah. Okay. We'll exit here. Let's see. Quick look at the market. Quick look at the market. Raw meats, salt. Maybe I'll get a few things of salt, just in case. I need honey, right? I need wheat and honey. I'll get a few wheat. Just a few. I don't see any honey here. I might have to get honey off of a traveling merchant. What do you sell? Leather. Do I have any leather? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Interesting. I can also sell the stuff I'm not using, like that shield, not using it. This is a trinket, I'll sell it. Comfreeze and snow iris. So I can craft a medicine. Let's do that. We'll go to the apothecary. It's always cheaper to craft things than to buy them. And it looks like I can craft a medicine. Prepare this. Good. Okay. And now to the forge. Is there much I can do here? Workshop. Rags. Targe. Apprentice blacksmith set.
You can use my anvil.
I'll buy a couple of these raw materials. I feel like... What can I can't quite make anything good, but I'm pretty sure I can eventually as I level up. Maybe you can make one targe. We got a lot of iron ore. A lot of wood too. This is great. Okay, we can make a better shield for one of our members. Let's do it. Do you want to create a targe? Yes. Learn how to forge. The metal plates are heating up. Left click when a plate turns red to forge your item. Press left click when the metal plate gives off sparks to forge an item of superior quality. That's cool. Hit all the plates at the right time for a chance to forge an item of exceptional quality. Wow. Targe. Wow, it's actually 5 bobs. It is. Oops, I wasn't looking. Okay, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Got 1. Got 2. Okay. All was not lost. It's a semi-decent targe. I was not looking. I was not looking. I'm gonna repin this. Replace pin message. Thanks, Clippy. Thank you. Continue. Cool. Anything else worth crafting? Rags? It's a lot of leather, but armor is better. Maybe we'll do 1 rags, just to advance our XP a little bit, just to get some practice. Too early. Oh yeah. 3 of 4. Ooh, good experience. First craft bonus. Okay, that was cool. And it does give you like a material bonus. Like these rags are like better than they would have been. I also have a knowledge point. Anvil. Reinforced plate armor. Ooh, I can unlock something here. Here we go. Iron studded mace, iron falchion. Longbow, iron spear, iron crossbow. Woo. Now, we have 2 spear users. We have a longbow user. We only have 2 people that use mace and sword. So if we learn this one, we'll get more mileage for the time being. Iron spear, longbow. What does it take to craft? I need more leather. Interesting. Longbow, I need rope. Interesting. Ooh, same amount of wood. Strength 5. This game looks so stinking fun. Yeah, spear, cross, and long sounds fire. Totally. If we get some more leather from the guy at the marketplace. Let's talk to this guy. I still have some money, so I'm just going to buy him out of the leather. Oh, and the comfreys, too. Might be good to get a few of those. You can go on trading missions where you buy things like amber and woolen cloth. For this, it's like 50 to buy one here, but if you go to a neighboring province, you can sell it for like 3x. It's like a great way to like do an economy. Like later in the game, you're traversing the provinces a bit more readily, so you can like buy low in one province and sell high in another province, which is really cool. I've got the leather. Let's go back to the forge one more time. I'm going to focus up here and see if I can make a good spear. Iron spear, 5 ore, 7 wood, 3 leather. Let's forge. Here we go. Yes. 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 No, I was too early. Oh, darn. I was too eager. But we got a good one. Strength plus 7. Impale. And it gives me, I think that's the ability it had already. Awesome. Okay. Let us depart. Let's check our camp one more time here. How do I learn this? Learn in the compendium. Do you want to learn brewing vat? Yes. Ooh, campfire. I can learn for these things. Weird. I thought I already have a campfire. Workshop. 2 leather. Learn for 1. Interesting. Tent. Cooking pot. I have a cooking pot, but maybe we level that up. Look at all of the things. Look. Camp chest. Whip. Maybe for like tying up. Brewing vat. I need 10 wood to make a brewing vat. Okay, we'll think about that. Workshop. A small makeshift workshop that your companions can use to create many useful items. I think I already have one of those. I already have one of those. Okay, we're gonna save up some wood. We're yeah, this is the workshop, right. And then this guy, I can use the workshop at any time. What can I make? I can make lockpicks, interesting. I can make fish hook, I can make rope. Yeah, I got 2 hemp, I'll make a rope. And he gains XP for crafting things. Camp chest. Oh, and this is where I make things. Oh, do I have a cooking pot? Do I have a cooking pot? Am I using one? No, I don't think I'm using one. So, if I get more wood, man, wood is like wood. Log-based economy, guys, right? Log-based economy. Assigned cook reduces the troops' daily food consumption by 2. Interesting. You can cook nutritious meals that grant bonuses to the troops. I love this. Log. Log-based economy. Okay, we're on a log mission. Let's do some quick equipping. Bob. Bob gets the spear. Oh, yeah. An actual leaf spear. The guy's a menace. And then we've got some decent armor. Let's give that to Thob, maybe. Some decent armor. Okay, cool. Thob's got the armor. And then I need to cook to learn the recipe, which makes sense. And we've got a Targ here, right? Targe. Targe. I think is what you guys were trying to get me to say earlier. I realize now the error of my ways. Okay. Anything else in the inventory? Look, you can sort by type. Look, you can sort the inventory, guys. What luxury. Thob the Throb. Okay, logs and bounty. We're departing. We're going down this way. Have not yet been this way, I don't think. There are traveling merchants. You never know what they carry. It's always worth your while just to check in on the merchants. What do you got to say? What are you guys saying? Ooh. Tactician's doublet. Movement 2, critical 4, armor. That's fancy. Fugitive's bow. Interesting. Now, I can craft a longbow. 130 is expensive. I only have 150. As much as I'm tempted here, maybe I can sell. Some of these old pieces of equipment. It gives me some more money. I don't know why the other message didn't go through, but on GOG, Wartales is half the prices on Steam. Oh, thank you, Sneakers. That bow has flaming arrows, does it? Fire. Whoa. Flaming arrow deals 45% damage to all the units in the area, creates a fire. Whoa. Flaming arrow skill. So it's like an AoE. You put down like an AoE. I can't afford to buy both of these things. You know, if I don't have to craft a longbow, that saves my materials for something else. Sure. I'm not going to steal it. Let's buy it. 130. I'm a bit nervous to do this. We'll buy it. I'm going to sell this dagger for 24. That's going to keep my money slightly higher. I've also got this Captain's Bicocket. Hopefully, Archer Bob can equip these things in time. He can already equip the firebow. Great. Okay, we'll have to see how that goes. Flame bow. Refugees. We're looking for logs. See calm free? I see calm free. What is this thing? Uh-oh. Whoa. Where'd you guys come from? Bandit's level 3? We're fighting. We have to fight. Thanks for the info, Sneakers. Totally looking out for the gang. What do we have here? 4 enemies. It looks like 2 rogues, like an archer, and a big 2-handed marauder. Rogues, eh? Let's get our frontliners to the front line. I wonder. Who's going first? So the order is this rogue goes first, and then the marauder. Interesting. And then this other rogue. What I don't want is to get back attacked by the rogues, but also I don't want this archer to do whatever they want. Tough stuff. We've also got, what does this do? Flaming arrow. Deals 7 damage to all units in the area, creates a fire. I think what I'm gonna do is collapse in a position here. We'll go like this. Try to keep all of these 3 enemies to the south. So I'll do this. I'll attack this rogue, engage this rogue, so I can't get backstabbed. Okay, that rogue is tied up. So we now know what's going to happen next. That rogue is going to attack me here. That's fine. Okay. Now with this shield, sword and board fighter, let's move in here and engage. Move in here and engage the archer. Maybe here? Deflection. Oh, we've got some tank abilities here, interestingly enough. We can make it so we take less damage, but I want to engage. Let's do that. We'll end turn. The Marauder now. He's got AoE. Whoa, that was a big cleave. He hit his own teammate, though. That was reckless. Now look, there's two bunched up. Let's see what happens. Flaming arrow. Yeah, look. Look at this. I can shoot like this, and that's going to hit them both. I could shoot like this, and that's going to hit all three of them, including me. I don't think I want to do that. But I can certainly shoot here. I have to be in the zone. I got to move a little bit. Classic Barb. Reckless attack on teammates. Yes, exactly. But then there's a rogue next. Maybe let's save the archer attack for a second. Let's see. Impale. Bobby can heal. Let's do this. Let's move up here. Make it slightly... Ooh, wait. Look at this. There's like a spear I can use? What if I move into the spear zone? Spear throw. Yeah, dang. I can throw a spear. Let's do that. Oh, I missed and hit this guy. That was weird. Now we can move up a little bit. And maybe try to focus down one of these rogues. I have to be careful of the fire. I want to use fire on those guys, though, don't I? If I go here, maybe I'm out of the fire range. Let's try this. And we'll go like so. Good. And then we rest. Okay, what are you gonna do? That's fine. Whoa, a twofer. Dang. That guy hit like a truck. Bob, Archer Bob. Okay, let's see what this fire arrow is all about. If we move slightly closer, but then find a final position next to a teammate, we'll get the best of both worlds here. I can almost get all three of these guys. I'm going to do these two. It's going to start a fire. AoE. Whoa. Lost some frames. Burning. Cool. That's interesting. Okay, and now we can move beside. And when we rest, we get a temporary valor point. Very important. Okay, we're ending... Whoops. Cancel. I almost ended this Bob's turn prematurely. If we go here, I wonder, can we get an attack in on the weak rogue? Let's see. It seems like we can. Let's get him off the table. Uh-oh. That looks painful. Dang. And that's the end of the turn. Alright, and then we have the engaged bow user. Excellent. Okay. Who goes first? Bow user, probably. Yeah, I'm not worried about the poacher. The marauder could do big damage. Cinematic, very nice, totally. Scoundrel. This guy's probably the most dangerous. This marauder at least is on fire. Now, the only issue now is that Bob is more of an AoE guy. And the fire debuff, I'm not sure how I feel about it. Can I get the marauder out of the picture with these 4 attacks? You wish he turned to page 49 instead? Absolutely. That's very funny. Maybe we do a Bob stab. Maybe we do a Bob stab here. Maybe we do a Bob stab on this scoundrel. Because I feel like that's going to free up my other spear user. I don't want my other spear person to be all mixed up here, but maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay. Feel like getting a Marauder off the table is going to be big. And we should probably do it. The faster we can get to galvanization, right, the better. Okay, so he's hurt. If I rest here, I get another point, which is good. Oh, I should have moved up. It looks like I could have used another ability there. 13. Okay, time for Archer Bob. Archer Bob's moving up. It's not going to do enough damage to kill him. I don't think. But we should try. I think. Trying. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a chance for crit on it. But not so bad. In the turn. This Bob, she's gonna get set on fire if she goes through here. But I don't want this guy to attack. You know what? We'll take the flames. We'll take the flames. Oh, it looks like I might be able to get multiple attacks in here. Darn, couldn't drop him. Have to use both. That's okay. And now, because this player's on fire, they pass fire to other players. So if I stand down here, it should set this other guy on fire when I rest. Yeah, now he's burning. That probably means other people will also burn, but maybe that's not the worst thing in the world. This scoundrel could drop me here. Galvanized. Do we get galvanized? I don't think we didn't quite. We didn't quite. It's a Chemical Brothers song, right? Good evening, Arkars. Okay, now for the real question. Ugh, are we gonna die? Are we gonna die? Oh! He got 3 hits? A dying unit can only move. If you heal them before they take damage, they will be able to fight again. If not, they will be permanently lost. Oh my goodness. He's burning and on fire and is poisoned. Oh my. Who has the ability to heal? Is he the only one who can heal? It might be the case. That is the only one who can heal. So we have to win the fight before the end of the round, or else dead. Or else dead. We're losing Bobby. Yeah. Bob. Let's see. We're not galvanized. If we... Ugh. How do we do enough damage? $19. We have to kill this person and galvanize the team. That's the only way I think. It's the only way I think. We have to kill this person and galvanize the team. This is gonna kill him. Okay. That's cool. I don't think I've got enough. Space doozy, other abilities here. I'm going to pull him back. Like so. Okay. And we're going to rest. You are galvanized. You're already galv. You were already galvanized. Damn it, Bobby. Okay, well, let's just see if we can get enough damage in then to finish this off. Who's got the... Okay, this guy's got the Wrath. So we'll engage with this player. We'll walk this way intentionally so we don't get set on fire. Come on, Bobby, we're coming for you. We're coming for you, Bobby. One attack in. Okay, they're surrounded. Surrounding an enemy... Surrounding an engaged enemy unit with 2 allies will get you a bonus. Okay, end Leader Bob's turn. Go to the backside here. And we attack. Oh man, and can we use? Yes, we can use Wrath. Oh my goodness. Done. Okay, we got lockpicks, we got a blade, we got cloth, we got money. Oh! Repair all, yes. Heal all, yes. By the skin of our teeth, dudes. And looks like Leader Bob gained a level. Vanguard. Disengages and charges in a straight line. Deals 6 damage to all units. Applies slowdown. Interesting. Smasher. Deals 6 damage to all units in the area. Applies 2 poisons to bleeding units. Weird. Destroyer. Deals 6 to 8 damage to the target and applies weakening for 3 rounds. This is a duelist. I want this person to be engaged. Destroyer. It'll minimize the damage we take. It'll make us stay in that engaged melee for longer. Willpower, critical hit, movement. I'm not really thrilled by any of these. I'll choose movement. Okay. Fellowship of the Bob. We got lucky there, dudes. I am on combat level expert. I don't know what this thing is. This kind of scares me. Combat level expert. It's raining. I'm looking for logs. I see a merchant coming, but I don't have any money. I see logs. I have enough money, but you have to keep in mind wages. You always got to think about wages, because you got to pay your mercenaries, or else they're not happy. Which you can understand would be the case, right? Oh, more money here is good. Okay, let's check the map. We follow this south road. Logonomy. Loconomy? Is this more iron ore? I think so. I'll get it. Mountain mine. Cash rules everything around me. It's more like logs rule everything around me. Lureem. Lureem, guys. Still got some good stamina. Oh, I can sprint too. I'm not sprinting, which I should be doing. Check my map. I'm going down south. Humphreys. Lureem. Comfrey's in the valley. More iron ore in the valley. Going this way. Looks like we might have enough stamina to fight these guys. Are they alone? Looks like they are. I thought my bounty was around here somewhere. They're fighting. Let's fight them. Level 3. Hoodlum, Poacher, Marauder, Scoundrel. Ugh. I'm gonna put on the bow. The flame... Do I want the flaming arrow? I don't think I can change my equipment mid-fight. I feel like... I'm gonna try here for 7 to 12 damage. Deals 7 damage. Creates a fire. I'm gonna put on my original bow. Just because I like the specificity of it. Let's fight this. Now I want ice cream. Yeah. I would crush an ice cream. Okay. You can see now it's raining, right? So we have these red circles. This is lightning strike. So there's like an environmental effect that comes at the end of the round. So you do not want to be stuck or standing in this space when the lightning happens. Flaming arrow seems like a liability. I'm sure it's useful when I have maybe a stronger front line, and if I can get like a cluster of enemies in back. But for now, I'm a little more comfortable with the individual shots. I feel like there's a chance to collect people down this way. Scoundrel. These two-hander dudes are brutal, right? What do we have over here? Archer Bob, Comfrey over this way. I think this is what I'm going to do. I've got my 2 frontliners here. I've got my spear guys in the back, which is good. I'm going to get shot by the poacher, I think. But maybe what I can do is if I take Bob, right? And if I put Bob here, then the line of sight is not ideal. Maybe he'll hit his teammate, right? So I'll put Bob here. Bob, I want to tie up the most terrifying melee. I can weakening blow to reduce the damage they do. Cool. Now I can regular attack. Oh yeah, and their armor is gone. Melted armor. So we've locked up one of the most dangerous melee units, and we put ourselves in a good position versus this range damage. So let's end the turn for Bob. Ooh, we get 2. What can we do now? What can we do now? No regrets. I thought you said no regrets. I was gonna laugh at that. At regrets. What do we want to do? Maybe I can take a shot at this hoodlum and then run around the corner. Right? Classic ranger gameplay. We take a shot. Nice. And then we run this way. And we'll end the turn for Archer Bob. Okay, what is this guy gonna do? He's gonna shoot here, which is what I was hoping. And he totally hit his friend in the back. That's awesome. Okay, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. I can't quite get in range of this guy. So, instead, let us get Brawny Bob up here. This will disengage, but that's okay. I'm okay with that. It's gonna kill them. Outright kill them. Stab them in the neck. How do I play with dudes with 5 pavises? How do I play 5 dudes with pavises? There's probably a mod for that, Lyrebird. His literacy is just too high. Regerts. It says regerts. No regerts. It does. Okay, good. Yep, the brain sees the first and last letter and fills in the rest. It's true. There's fun experiments you can do, right? Okay, that was a good one. We've taken out... Guys, we're cruising. We're cruising. These Bobs are going for it. Sure, attack the strongest member of my party. Thank you very much for that. Now what to do? Now what to do? Marauder. This guy's going to be walking a fair distance. Probably no danger to me. So... let's do one more Bob up here. Not only are we supporting our troop here, I can spear at a distance for max damage, and I can also use my Valor point to heal, apply first aid to Leader Bob, who has been poisoned. So that mitigates... oh, wow. Wait, does it heal both? No, just one. There. I've taken away the poison from Leader Bob. Great. And I get another temporary Valor point because I'm ending the turn out of engagement next to my own players. Good. Excellent. This Marauder has a long way to walk. Not worried about it. Excellent. This guy can't move far enough to engage the archer. That's okay. We can go in behind this hoodlum, and we can get a nice attack from behind. Very nice. End turn. Lightning strikes. We're way out of the way there. Nothing to worry about. Word picture. I don't know why, but I love that terminology. I could regale you for hours on typography-related terminology. Maybe, you know, in the weeks ahead, that's something else we do. We talk about design. We talk about typography. We just do a little bit of knowledge sharing. I've got tons of resources that I've made myself to walk through some of those topics. For another day, though. Okay. Who is going first? The poacher is going first. Yes, please, sis sneakers. Let's get a Blinn AI on typographical facts and such. Good call. Also, maybe while I wrap up this fight, maybe we'll do a little Blinn intermission. How does that sound? How does that sound? Okay, give me... I've got this whole chalice of water I have not drank, and I can feel it in my throat. So do you mind if I throw on a Blinn intermission? Okay, cool. I'm going to put the pause on. Let me call it up. It's here. We're just going to launch into it. I'm going to finish this fight in silence, okay? We're going to enjoy this Blinn intermission. Hopefully, it's loud enough. Not too loud. If it's too loud, put ones in chat if it's too loud, and I'll adjust the volume. Okay? Here we go. For instance, sometimes... Hi everyone, welcome back to another Blinter mission. Time to stretch your legs, sip some water, and let Blin stop talking for a minute. While he rests, let's step into the less glamorous side of epic tales. The muddy, smoky, hungry existence of a medieval mercenary between battles. Forget glory and gold. This is about the cold, the chores, and the cooking pot. When a mercenary wasn't in a castle, camp, or someone else's town, their home was what they carried or could cobble together. Canvas tents were a lucky find. More often, it was just their cloak, oilcloth, or a lean-to of sticks and stolen linen. Camp followers, wives, partners, or entire families might help erect tents and tend to supplies, but when the weather turned foul, most simply tried to stay dry and wait it out. Rain, mud, and lice were constant companions. Oh. A mercenary's life was far more than just swordplay. For every moment on the battlefield, there were weeks or months spent on the road, sleeping under a sagging canvas tent, or wrapped in a cloak beneath the stars. Camps could be vast, chaotic things. The flamboyant landsknechts, for instance, sometimes created lively gatherings with painted wagons, lute music, families, and even the occasional exotic pet brought back from campaign. Picture gunpowder smoke mixing with stew steam and the smell of unwashed feet. Behind the lines, a wandering city of brewers, blacksmiths, cooks, barbers, and even those offering less reputable services thrived, alive with gossip, games, and gamblers, as some medieval chroniclers noted. So, what sustained these wandering warriors between the fighting? Food was a matter of pure improvisation. While salted meat, onions, barley, and hardtack were the usual rations, mercenaries often turned to poaching between jobs or when supply lines were cut. This might mean rabbits from a noble's woods, a risky endeavor if caught, stolen chickens, or foraged roadside greens. A stewed rabbit with a crust of bread was a good meal. An iron pot was a prized possession, used to boil stew over an open fire, heat wine, and even used for desperate attempts at washing. The usual fare was pottage, barley or peas simmered with onions, sometimes thickened with old bread, beer, or even blood if meat was scarce. Lucky finds like a stolen chicken or a poached rabbit were cooked in battered pots over low fires, with hunks of stale bread dipped directly into the stew. Knives and daggers served as spoons. Formal table manners were largely absent in such rough conditions. And when food ran out entirely, some desperate mercenaries forged travel permits to avoid being seen as raiders while stripping orchards and stealing livestock with uncertain success. Others traded, begged, or extorted food from local villages, often without payment. Their equipment also reflected this harsh reality. Armor didn't stay shiny for long. Between skirmishes, mercenaries stitched arming coats with whatever they had, like gut, sinew, or thread from old garments. Buttons were a rare, often purely decorative luxury, as most doublets closed with laces or bone pins anyway. Boots were a constant problem, leading soldiers to pack leather or cloth to reinforce soles or wrap them in rags. Some even walked barefoot in desperation, wrapping their feet in straw during winter. Better garments were looted or bartered, resulting in mismatched outfits, a French tunic, a German belt, English hose, cobbled together from the dead. The end of a war didn't mean the end of hardship. Who the hell wants English hose? Alright, I'm taking it back. Thread from old garments. Buttons were a rare, often purely decorative luxury, as most doublets closed with laces or bone pins anyway. Boots were a constant problem, leading soldiers to pack leather or cloth to reinforce soles or wrap them in rags. Some even walked barefoot in desperation, wrapping their feet in straw during winter. Better garments were looted or bartered, resulting in mismatched outfits, a French tunic, a German belt, English hose, cobbled together from the dead. The end of a war didn't mean the end of hardship. After major conflicts like the 100 Years' War, thousands of mercenaries roamed the countryside, in bands called écorcheurs, skinners, because they stripped everything bare. One gang famously took over a monastery and held mock trials for vegetables before eating them. Some drifted from town to town, offering muscle or entertainment. Paul Dolnstein, a 16th century landsknecht, even wrote about his unit performing ballads and playing flutes for coin between jobs. Many others simply disappeared into banditry, as not all mercenaries were trained soldiers. Some were runaway peasants or criminals who learned on the job, join a band, get a weapon, eat when possible, run when not. So next time you picture the life of a mercenary, forget the shining armor on horseback. Think instead of a ragged cloak, patched boots, eyes stinging from smoke, and warm stew shared around a fire. No coin, no cause, just survival. Okay, thanks for the break. Now let's pass the mic back to the real Blinn. Oh, wow. That was rad. That was rad. Thank you, Clippy. They really put an onion on trial. That's crazy. Okay, bathroom break for me. BRB dudes, bathroom break. Nice. Go figure. When you drink more water, you have to use the washroom more. I think it's a good sign, right? Looks like a loaf of sourdough. There you go. Kind of covers up some of the inventory, but who cares, right? Who cares? Okay. I'm trying to decide. Do I spend points? Probably go for like another hour or so. Is that okay with Clippy? Maybe like another hour, 90 minutes, something like that. We're just, you know, the folks on the West Coast are wrapping up the workday. We'll just go until, you know, they leave work. Sounds good. Okay, cool. Big old jar of water. Career plans. Allows you to have enhanced control over your companion's evolution when they level up. You can spend influence to add 1 extra plus to an aptitude and leveling. Interesting. That's very expensive, though. It costs 2. Look, you can learn cannibalism. Your troop is prepared to do anything to survive, including eating their own. Bonus, you can now devour human corpses. Buh! Yikes. Rationing. I feel like it probably makes sense to do more of the blacksmith stuff, and maybe we do a bit of rationing. Sure. For money. Wait, wasn't there like one where I move faster over land? Oh, these are all advanced knowledge. I see. I feel like over time, eating less food over time will be good. Cool. Smoke less, drink less, consume more water. Yes. You guys are so funny. Okay. Let's make a meal. Bread, We'll eat the rest of our mushrooms, wine, and apples. Okay, we're 1 over, but that's okay. I'm not sure if it's possible for us to combine in a way. We'll rest. Camp report. Excellent. Everything looks in order. Got a lot of valor points, which is really great. Because we still are on the hunt here. We were close. We're close to our bounty. There he is. Gonna get these flowers. The rain has stopped, so that's nice. We're going for it. We're going for it. Come here, you. I see a guy with a big hammer. Let's see what's up. Milady Bell the Bane? Henchman and Raider. Henchman and Raider. You gonna settle in? You gonna settle? There she goes. There she goes. Oh, I know you do. I know you do. Oh, yeah. There she is. Look at how content she looks. Double burger footage, it's true. Wait a second. Too much. It's too much. It's too much. Never done anything wrong in her life. Let's fight. Let's fight. 2 burgs. It's 1 happy cat. Okay. Leader's protection. What does that do? Damage taken reduced by 20%. Ugh. And no rangers. Good. What does that mean? That means... That means this leader's moving first. So let's get them, and we'll focus them with our big melee. No, this guy's moving first. This henchman's moving first. When does the leader move? Not until much later. Leader moves last. Interesting. Mean a burg within a burg? Uh-huh. So, if that's the case, maybe what we do is we put you down here. And we engage. But we have a bias for working down this way. Make them come down to us, and we'll go from there. Like so. Burger slander is not tolerated within the chat. I'm reporting you to the mods. Wait. Wait. Okay. Engaged. Got him set up. Good. I could use a deflection. I'm not going to. I'm going to wait. I wonder... Is it worth driving them away? I think so. Let's do it. So my spear will push them out of being engaged, which means they'll be free to go where they want, but maybe, hopefully, they go somewhere good. Yeah, that's it. They just came right back in. Good. No problem. Who's next? This henchman will probably also come this way. So what I will do now is use the bowman. Wonder if how far can the bowman shoot? We'll put a vigilance on. This lets us shoot further. We'll go right behind this guy. Oh yeah, look at this. Okay. Good shot. Good damage. That's a harrowing story, Clippy. I'm gonna end Archer Bob's turn. Good. Recovered the Valor point. They're moving in. Excellent. Critical hit, but we tanked it. Now, these should be far enough away that these two will not... They'll have to waste the turn moving, is the goal, is the hope. We can further complicate things if we move over like so. And then I'm going to use my spear to knock this guy away. There won't be enough space between them for one of these players, one of these enemies to come through the middle. And now it's harder for them to get around the side. I like it. I like this. And now I am... I'll move back a bit. No, he's supported. I'll stay here and we'll rest. Yeah, couldn't make it. Well, I can make it to the boss. Interesting. I think I will. Just to tie the boss up. I think I will. It's either that... or I go down here and get more damage in. If I hit the boss with Weakening Blow, they will be weakened. They'll be tied up. Let's do it. I'll go to the boss. Like so. Minimizing risk while maximizing personal cat pleasure. To see how close they can come to, like, actually burning the world down. And then claiming no responsibility. Okay, boss is tied up. We end the turn. He's been weakened. Excellent. Very little damage coming off that boss attack. Just what I was hoping for. Boss is going first. Boss is still weakened. I'm not going to worry about that just now. What I'm going to do is use Bobby down here to ruin this guy's day. Okay, here we go. Nice. Young Bobby. That's good. And I think we'll move just in back of this player and then rest to get our Valor point back. Rest. Okay, good. Minimal damage. Who's next? This henchman and then this dumb raider. I wonder, can I get an arrow shot in? Probably. I move here, in range. Nice shot from behind. Okay, damage in, good. End our turn there. Let's do... Brawny Bob, maybe. Brawny Bob will stab. Oh, yeah. Done. Bob can still move. Like so. Static load analysis. Sometimes I wonder what Moss's job actually entails. And then he drops a term like static load analysis. And, makes me happy that my job is mostly like picking fonts and colors. Alright, some people do real work in the world. I'm gonna taunt. Which will get this guy to look at me. Will I? Now let's save our Valor points. We'll just attack. Yeah, Moss Brain. Totally. I prefer dynamic loads. Don't get Clippy started. Ending. Okay, we still have another player here. Let's do another weakening blow. And then let's keep chipping at the armor here. When we kill this raider, we'll get galvanization. But until then, we're just doing good work. Yeah, he's got to load up. These weapons are so dumb because you have to load them up. You just walk away. Let's see. He's going to do his thing. Boss goes last. So, why don't we just focus the boss down, maybe? What do you say? It's probably easier this way, just to focus the boss down. I think. And we'll just walk away from the danger guy. Do this. Weakening blow. I will spend another point. I'll just do it. Need brain for smart making. I know about computers, but that's about it. Hey, if there's one thing that you, like, took time to, like, figure out, computers are pretty important. There. Boss armor gone. Good. He's been weakened. And Thob's turn. Spear boys. It's time for spear boys. I wonder if I could do... Let's do the Archer Bob first. Archer Bob first. Here. 100%. If you use job-specific terminology and bigger words, it automatically makes you sound smarter. Agree. I wholeheartedly concur, Lily. Put him back in position here to regain a Valor point. Good. And then, Brawny Bob. Come on over and get your stabs in, Bob. Come on over, get your stabs in. Like so. Oh yeah, look at this. Good. Get out of here, boss. Get out of here, boss man. I'm gonna move to the bed. He doesn't log off. He's just moving to the bed. I'll have the stream open, but if I don't respond for a while, you know I have fallen asleep to Blind's sweet voice and the sound of horrible combat. That reminds me of like back in the fall, where we'd be playing Manor Lords, and I would have a question, and Two Hands would be like asleep or like half asleep, and then would wake up. Thanks for hanging out, Two Hands. It must be late. I know it's late. Let's all join Two Hands in the bed, guys. Let's all join Two Hands in the bed. Boss is dead. Okay. Good. Good. Now what happens? Now we go here, we end the turn, and now this guy has to swing his big dumb hammer. And then he's gonna charge it up again, right? Yeah, there you go. A puddle in Two Hands' bed. You have a very spacious bed, Two Hands. Mm-hmm. Quite nice. Okay. The new round almost commences. We'll go here. Let's go here. For now. Let's go here for now. Here for now. Big stabby stab. There it is. Right in the backside. And we'll move it away, making it easier to maneuver. End the turn. Consider me puddled. Quite nice. I feel like people get experience bonuses for getting the last hit. The question is... Will Thob... Can I get Thob in the mix here? Question is, will this be enough to kill him? No. Darn. You tried, Thob. You tried. Move away. Maybe Young Bob. Young Bob could use a boost, maybe. You know, Young Bob, maybe? I guess so. Archer Bob, though, could really use... He's got a fancy hat. Maybe Archer Bob. I don't mind loading into Archer Bob here. The beds in Sweden are so sturdy and spacious. Totally. Ooh! Corporal's plate armor? Oh! Are you kidding? Yes? Look at this. Look at this daub. Simply looking at this terrible portrait will make your eyes water. Sign of the times, right? What year was that horrible restoration painting done? There was a nun or some woman who wanted to repair... You can't see it because it's very small. But this is like a meme. It's a picture of that restoration painting. Fresco, something. Anyway, it's in the game. Oh my god, the sheep one. No, it was like a monk. It was like this, like... it was like a fresco painting, or it was a canvas from, like, the 1400s or, like, the 1600s, and some woman tried to, touch it up. There it is. Ecce homo. Ecce homo, guys. Oh, Thob gained a level no matter what. Great. It's in the game. It's a sign of the times. It's in the game. This guy gained a level. Willpower, Constitution. I really don't feel like willpower is that big of a deal. Ooh, but look. All sorts of things are happening. Constitution. Protector. Constitution, heavy helmet, heavy armor. Encouragement. The unit and all allies in the area gain protection for 2 rounds. Damage taken is reduced by 30%. Very nice. Fighter. Destabilizing strike. Guard reduced to 0. Interesting. Swordmaster. Laceration deals 5 damage to all the units in the area 2 times. Whoa. Interesting. Protector. Thob is a protector. I think? Sure. Thob is also a fighter. Is Thob a fighter? Let's do it. Thob's a fighter, guys. That can still get us heavy armor, right? Yeah. Okay. Thob. They had suspected vandalism at first, but then determined that the alterations had been made by a parishioner, Cecilia Jimenez, who was 81 years old at the time. Poor woman, just trying to help. Awesome. Okay. Thob is moving up in the world. Can Thob equip the heavy armor, I wonder? Let's see. Let's see. Iron ore is here. I'm going to get to the woods and we'll assess. Let's get to the woods, we'll assess. Spanish surname. The G is like H in heart. Jimenez. Jimenez. Jimenez? Cecilia Jimenez. Yeah, Jimenez. Very nice. Thank you. Jorkin knows. We got regional expertise, guys. Man, the board members far and wide. Even in Spain, right? Jimenez. Jimenez? I'm trying. Give me some Japanese surnames, and it'll sound glorious. But, Spanish, I struggle. Always struggled. Let's see. Ooh. She's got the Targ, though. Corporal's Roundel. Roundel? Roundel? Remember when you guys have to listen to me fumble my way through all this stuff? Bob. Hat? No, not yet. Bob cannot equip light helmet. We gotta get Bob a level. Dudes. We have to get Bob a level. Thob. Now, Thob. Okay, here we go. Thob can wear this heavy. Ooh, look at Thob. Look at Thob. Badass. That means that Leader Bob can get these nice... Yep, that looks good. That looks good. My Spanish is dying from lack of use. At least you have a Spanish from which to die, right? Jimenez. Jimenez. I'm going to stop there. I think that's pretty close. Cecilia Jimenez. Jimenez. Like Barcelona? Jimenez. Barcelona. Exactly. Aw, so there's layers of it. You're even being nice, Jorkin. Yeah. Jimenez. Interesting. The regional differences. Mr. Apples gained a level? Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth, Mr. Apples gained a level. Constitution. Carrying capacity. Absolutely. You can actually get your horses on the battlefield. You know that? In this game? You can get your horses on the battlefield. I see more iron ore here. Where do I want to go? What is this? Location defended. One more bounty. Let's get one more bounty. We have to pay wages too. We have 72 gold in wages. Get him horsey. Oh, I see more logs and mushrooms. Okay, we'll do this. We'll get this iron ore. I've made more progress. Sometimes the pathing is weird on the corner of these mountains, etc. I'm not going to waste the stamina on the comfreys, though, the flowers. And get these logs. Logs are important. Okay. And then we're going to go this way because I saw goodies this way. Saw goodies this way. We can camp in the woods if we need to. The dude gets the horse kicked, and John Wick 3 still makes me cringe when I see it. That's funny. I am highly susceptible to cringe in movies. Oh! Like a guard tower. Ooh, I found a guard tower. That looks spooky. Okay, still got a bit of stam. Where can I go here? See more logs, maybe? Yep. See if I can get there. We'll camp. We'll get these logs and camp. Get these logs and camp. Nice. Which way to the town? This way, I think? Yeah. Go back to town. I think. Maybe not. Maybe we'll camp before we get exhausted. Okay, what the heck is this? Tree stump. Ooh. It gets resin during rests. I have a woodsman. Yeah, that's cool. Like, I guess there's like these, what do you call it? Like, kind of these situational, stations at camp. Like the workbench and like the cooking. Sorry, I just got got. Sometimes it's like random when I get got, but sometimes I get got. 1 second, guys. Sorry. I guess I've been talking for a while today. Uh-oh. Sorry, dudes. Might have another break. Let me see. Perhaps another break. Okay, we got one, thanks to Clippy. Tell me if it's too loud, okay? Hey everyone, welcome to intermission. Take a breath, refill your smug, and let's give Blinn a moment to rest his voice. While he's on pause, let's wander for a bit. Not through dungeons or forests, but through something quieter. A world where colors don't just decorate, they endure. Where beauty hides behind layers, and the tools of creativity carry a hint of danger. Let's step behind the canvas and see what's really lurking. We don't make mistakes, just happy little accidents. Let's start with that peaceful brushstroke of a quote. Bob Ross painting mountains and trees in real time, with that buttery voice and a canvas full of serenity. He made it look so simple, so harmless. But here's the twist. Oil painting, the very medium Bob used, has a much darker origin story. Behind those happy little trees lies centuries of dangerous experimentation, toxic materials, and artists who were more like medieval alchemists than modern painters, and in some cases, the price of their art was their life. So grab your torch and descend with me into the dungeon of art history. Before oil paint took over studios and galleries, medieval artists used a different brew. Egg tempera. That meant grinding pigments into egg yolks. It dried fast, almost too fast, great for crisp lines and sacred icons, but not so great for shadows or realism. But then, somewhere along the Silk Road, something else started to spread. An idea. A technique. The earliest known oil-based paintings weren't from Europe at all. They were found in the Bamiyan caves of Afghanistan, dated to the 7th century. These murals used poppy seed oil as a binder, long before Europe caught on. That discovery, made in the early 2000s by a UNESCO team, flipped the timeline of art history. It showed that oil painting didn't begin in a quiet Flemish workshop. It started further east, possibly passed down through trade, monks, or migratory artists. Then in the 15th century, oil painting found its European champion, Jan van Eyck. You might have heard the name. He didn't invent oil painting, but he perfected it. And he knew it. The legend goes that Van Eyck kept his techniques secret, like a wizard guarding a spellbook. His paintings, like the Ghent altarpiece, shimmered with lifelike glow. Skin looked soft. cloth looked touchable. The saints didn't look like icons anymore. They looked like people you could meet in a dream. And just like that, oil paint became the weapon of choice for Europe's greatest visual storytellers. What made it so powerful? Time. Unlike tempera, oil paint dried slowly. You could blend it, rework it, layer transparent glazes over and over to build up shadows and light. A technique called chiaroscuro, which basically means light dark in Italian. It made paintings feel alive, emotional. And for the artists who used it, Leonardo, Rembrandt, Caravaggio, oil paint was a revelation. They weren't just painting, they were summoning. But here's where that beautiful magic starts to burn. Because the pigments, the color, came from places you wouldn't expect. Lead, mercury, arsenic. White was often made from lead carbonate. It had that creamy texture artists loved, but it was also a potent neurotoxin.
Oh.
Brilliant reds came from cinnabar, a mercury compound. That emerald green, arsenic, Naples yellow, antimony, another heavy metal. There was even a color called mummy brown, made by grinding up actual mummified remains. Yeah, that's not an urban legend.
Yikes.
And artists didn't just use these colors, they handled them, ground them by hand, breathed in the dust. Some licked their brushes for fine lines. A technique called pointing. No gloves, no masks. Just pure dedication and slow poisoning. The danger didn't end with the colors. The solvents they used to thin oil paint and clean brushes, turpentine, mineral spirits, gave off fumes that could cause everything from dizziness to liver damage over time. A closed studio filled with vapors wasn't exactly the safest dungeon to work in. And then there were the rags. If you left oil-soaked cloths piled up, the slow oxidation could build heat, enough to ignite them. Artists lost studios to fire from nothing more than dirty rags. Some historians even believe that prolonged exposure to these toxins might have contributed to the mental decline of artists like Van Gogh, who was known to use massive amounts of lead white. It's not proven, but it's possible that the very medium that gave him such vivid visions was also taking something from him in return. The art was brilliant, but the risks? They were very real. And yet, that danger was part of the craft. Artists of the past weren't just painters. They were adventurers, risk-takers. They mixed color like potion brewers, tested blends like spellcasters. They worked in guilds, passed down secret knowledge, and often paid the price for their brilliance. So next time you stare into the depth of a Renaissance portrait, or see a peaceful Bob Ross landscape, remember this. You're not just looking at a picture, you're looking at the legacy of 1,000 years of exploration, of trade routes and hidden recipes, of beauty pulled from minerals and poison and oil. You're looking at a medium that once glowed like treasure and burned like a trap. And that's our Blintermission. Thanks for walking with us through that quieter corner of history, where soft strokes masked sharp truths, and even the gentlest hands danced with risk. Now let's take another sip and pass the mic back to Blinn.
Damn, Clippy. That was rad. Was that not rad? Oh. Yeah, alchemy. Man, the sacrifice. That was so cool. I don't know even what to say other than holy moly. Radical Clippy. Tubular, even. Look at this. Absolutely dumpstering this guy. Dumpstering. Nice. All the Blintermissions so far have been 10 out of 10. Totally agree. Topical. So much fun. Go next here, so when we rest, we get a little point. Good. Notice how far these guys are. This is a great layout for a fight because the map was so big, I could totally focus in on these two guys, and those other guys just have to walk the whole way around. Let's do this. Let's do the Archer boy first. Archer Bob. Oh, at a range. Will I burn one of these? Sure, why not? Nice shot. Ooh, a critical hit. We like it. We take those. And then we'll move in here. I am just a facilitator with a small hand in the Blintermissions. No, Clippy, you've got vision. Clippy's got vision. Thank you very much. Without Clippy's hand, nothing happens. That's it. That's it. End. Yeah, Bob Ross used wet on wet. It was all oil paint. And the way the guy would smack and clean the brushes, there's got to be, you know, small amounts of paint thinner, turpentine that gets in the air, right? Think about that. That's a dangerous thing. Young Bobby. Can you finish him off? Young Bobby. Oh yeah, young Bobby. We got it. We'll go back this way. Wait for the other guys to show up. This is an example of where the fire bow would be really helpful, because these enemies have this whole map to traverse, right? So you could set it up like you could make pits of fire they'd have to walk through. Yeah, the dangers of beating the devil out of paintbrushes. I love that expression. Yeah, it's a little bit how do I say? I'm not sure what it is. It's cute. I will give it that. It is cute. Maybe this guy can go last. Archer Bob goes last. The rest of us get into position here. A Clipper mission. I direct ChatGPT to be a little bit flowery. I think I myself am a bit flowery, so that's totally fine. Ha ha ha, your Blue Intermission free trial has ended. Please subscribe for further access. What did Clippy say? I'm not sure I want to resub to the Blinn AI voice at full price. Might need to switch voices or read them myself. Would you guys be okay with Clippy reading the intermissions? That might be weird. I know that it's kind of more work, because you can't just kind of like tell the chatbot to, you know, read it again or whatever. I don't want to put more work on Clippy. I really don't. But if Clippy's down and if you're interested, Clipper mission. A Clipper mission. Clippy voice reveal. Totally. I think you guys would be charmed. You guys will be delighted, I'm sure. Okay. This guy. I do need to do my vigilance. Vigilance. Increase range. Move forward slightly. Yes. Pushoom. We got him. We move back slightly. Good. Do it, Clippy. It would be awesome, but no pressure, Clippy. Yeah. The premium Apple Siri voices are pretty good. I could do a couple and throw my own voice in the mix, and you would never know who I was. Fully support less work for Clippy, but also it would be very fun. Interesting, interesting, interesting. I'm gonna do one more vigilance. And I think I've got enough movement to get back. Shoot this guy. Move back. Oh, maybe over here. Get that vigilance point back. Okay, cool. I love like Mateo's like no pressure, but Lily's like do it. Hey, the heart wants what the heart wants, right? Who are we to judge? Who are we? Okay. What is the best course of action here? I want them to come one more round up. So maybe we just get ready. Maybe we just... There's just a little bit of bobbing for position. You know? Like so. And we rest. Yeah. Okay, you keep on moving up. Maybe we open up intermissions to whoever wants to read one, so it's a different person every time. Oh, that's a cool idea. But I don't want everyone to have work to do. I mean, I would I would move mountains for a couple of Lyrebird intermissions. Are you kidding? Have you heard that guy talk? That guy can talk, right? I volunteer as tribute. I would do one for sure. Aw, you guys. Very nice. Oh my god, yes. Awesome. Who is left? This person is left. We're just getting into position. We're just getting into position. This person is left. Like so. Good. Okay. One more round. Lyrebird has some silky vocal cords. Totally. He could also maybe whistle in intermission. Imagine that. If he whistled a whole intermission. I don't think my mic even picks that up. No, it doesn't. Wow, the mic is too good. It's like, no, you don't want to make those sounds. That's not what they want to hear. Bulk scripts. People naturally hate their own voice. Oh my god, I'm so happy that you play Wartales, such a good game. Saw a gamer, I'm glad you know it, and glad you like it. That's great. That's really great. Are you in range here? Just barely. Take his armor out. Nice. And we'll pull back here. Ya-da-da. Ya-da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay. Good. And then there's one more person. I don't know what I want to do here. Maybe what we do is we just go for it. Like this. Maybe this is what we do. We just go for it. We lock her down. And beat her up. Just like this. Good. We end that turn. Leader Bob. Have Burger read a intermission? You'd be very disappointed. Guaranteed. Guaranteed to disappoint if Burger were to try to read one. Destabilizing strike. Nice. Chop him up. Very nice. What's this guy gonna do? Go around? Yeah. You would. You would. Combat on expert difficulty. I guess what I am overlooking is the fact that I have played this game a lot and seem to have an idea of how to get in the best position for things to minimize getting damage. Before the end of stream, sometime in the next hour, I will load up my save game to see what that looks like, because it gives you a sense of the scale of this game. There are tons of points of interest. Like, it's not all fighting in the, like, in these kind of wilderness spaces. There's like fighting in villages and towns, which feels totally different because there's all these alleys and streets. There are these tombs that you can explore, and you need to have torches lit. And if the torches go out, like, you like die in the tombs. It's crazy. Expedition 33. Yeah, it looks like a really cool kind of Final Fantasy inspired game. So many games, hey? So many games. It looks like this guy is gonna go first. Maybe we can destabilize him. Oh, I can also throw a spear. Can I throw a spear? I'm not gonna risk it. Let's do this. And then I'll get protection to reduce the amount of damage coming from the next attack in case that happens. And then let's get Brawny Bob in the mix here. Look at this. Oh yeah. Heading home from another immeasurably productive day at work. Congratulations, Moss. I'll be listening in the car. Eyes on the road, buddy. I know you will. Be careful. Drive safely. Congratulations again on your performance review. That's awesome. Your opponents are demoralized and flee. Do you want to let them go and win the battle? No. No, we are here to make sure they all die. That's how we're gonna do this. We're here to the bitter end. Look, you did 1 point of damage because I had my deflection up. I knew I wasn't gonna take any damage. I knew it. I knew it! Spear attack. Excellent. Safe travels, Moss. Awesome. What do we get? Ooh. Battle plate. Dang. Man, I'm getting all this great armor as loot. Repair. Ooh, and Archer, Archer Bob got the level up. Yes. Very good. Okay. This one, good. Movement, maybe? Critical hit, maybe. Ooh, I don't think Bob needs to move that much, to be honest. And critical hit is pretty good. Yeah, let's do it. Critical hit. Hunter. Recoil shot deals 8 damage to all targets. Pushes them back by 2 meters. Applies slowdown. All targets in the area. Weird. Infantryman. Barrage. Targets a specific area. Performs an attack of opportunity against the first 3 enemies crossing. Huh. You know what? I envision this guy as like a sharpshooter. He's more of a hunter. So I'm going for that. But now he can wear light armor, I think. Angler's rags. Let me see. Let me stop moving. Bob, what do you got here? You know, maybe he doesn't need armor. He needs a hat, though. Oh yeah, look at him. Look at Archer Bob. He's got the Robin Hood. Take a pickle sip, thank you. What was it called again? Captain's Bicocket. I'm from Switzerland, but yeah, we also speak German. Oh, Saw Gamer. What a beautiful part of the world, eh? Imagine living in Switzerland. Imagine. Every time this unit is engaged by an enemy, they perform an attack of opportunity. Wow, does that come from the hat? Wow, that comes from the hat. Holy moly. Interesting. Man, this guy's looking good. Archer Bob. Okay. Cool. Who else? I feel like... Oh, yeah. Look at the armor. Dudes. That's feeling good. Young Bobby and Brawny Bob. I think Brawny Bob gets the... Yeah. Gets that. And then this guy... Yeah, it's all the same. But we're moving up. We've got... What do we have? 38 iron ore. Are you kidding? 38 iron ore, 9 wood. So, we're heading back to town. I think. We do have a bounty to collect, but also we could go for one more. Come back and claim 2 bounties. Let's do that. Let's go this way. We're looking for wood. More wood will help us craft. Oh, it's right here. I walked past it. I knew it. I knew there'd be wood. I knew it. Is this more wood? This is more iron ore. We have a ton of iron ore. An absolute ton. Music is great. You can probably barely hear the music, but it's very nice. What is this thing? It's like a runes. Sorry, I mixed it up. I am really poor as a Swiss person. No. Impossible. Okay, where are we going here? We're going... Actually, this way. So it'll take us through... More iron ore. Comfreeze. Oh, got a bit caught up here. Let's see if we can hit this merchant. Oh, and I see more logs. Trying to not use all my stamina. Nice.
Might I interest you in my
Ooh.
humble wares, my good sirs?
Cider. Mm-hmm. We'll buy a couple ciders. It's important. Cherries. Buy a couple cherries. I can sell some of this armor that I don't need. Sell one of these daggers that I don't need. Sell this painting. Definitely don't need it. Okay. Have a little more money for cherries. Why not, right? Maybe one more cider just to make sure I got enough. Okay. Good. One more vendor. And then we'll set up camp. Oh,
Might
sorry,
I
Clippy.
interest you in my humble wares, my good sirs?
Thank you. Saw camera, hang in there, buddy. Sandstone. I think I saw you needed this for some knowledge. Fishhook is 9 gold? No. Too rich for my blood. Okay. Time to camp. Inspect this. Looks like this is my target, maybe? No. 5 leather, yes. Maybe these are my targets? Are they fighting? Let's get some more logs. We'll camp here in the woods. Nice. Camp time. Okay. Resin, good. What are we going to eat? Bread, mushrooms, apples. Last of the wine. I'm not going to eat a cherries. Let's take away... We'll just do... There. Danger level is 20%. Let's rest. I've never had a hole-in-one. Me neither, buddy. Me neither. But it's because I only ever learned to use irons, like, 5 years ago. After my incredible performance in the last battle. Hey, Bobby. Chill out here, buddy. The others must think I'm the best one there is, and they're right. Yikes. Gain confidence after this feat? Okay. Such valor deserves a celebration, happiness, and relationship with the close companions. Relive this feat of daring do. Experience. I feel like we've got enough of this influence. Maybe more XP. Why not? Cool. So, we're all rested up. What is this merchant with a dagger on it? What does this mean? Combat. No. This troop has just been ambushed by your companions who will have an advantage in the fight. What? No, cancel. We do not attack that. That was weird. I got lucky there, I think. Oh, more logs have spawned. Do these things refresh? This cart was glowing gold. I feel like I would have died there. Okay. We're close by. I'm going for this log, though. Log first, then merchant.
Might I interest you in my humble wares, my good sirs?
Woolen cloth, spectacles. No, nothing here, really. Nope. Saving my money. These people are fighting wild boars, it seems. That's wild. We'll go down the road a bit here. Should I go fight these wild boars? No, it's gonna take me off course. Off course. Stay on course. RuneScape? RS. RuneScape. No, sadly, I've never played RuneScape. Tragedy, I suppose. What are you guys doing? Bandits have been attacking caravans and travelers along the roads. This must end now. Level 3. Okay. This is it. We fight them. These bandits. Bob's got a new hat. We got armor. Dudes. What? There's just a couple people over here. This is gonna be a walk in the park. Walk in the park, dudes. Let's do it. Put our frontliners on the front line. Scoundrel first. Scoundrel first. Like so. Weakening blow. Okay, we take less damage. We do more damage while they have armor. Dragon Wilds needs some work. Interesting. Okay. We will end this turn. These guys have a long way to walk. This is a very fortuitous battleground. Because we can totally focus down these two. Minimal risk. Oh. Can I even make it to this guy? What is the best course of action there? What if I go like so? Yeah, I can get my damage in. Very nice. I can't quite get to the other guy. So I'm just gonna chill here for a sec. I'm gonna take a shot. That's bad. 8 is not so bad. 8 is not so bad. You know what? Now what we'll do is we'll take over the engagement here. And then next round, we can get in. We'll put Leader Bob on the poacher. Good. I like it. Ending turn. What was the game that looked like there was Vaseline on the camera? I thought it said Vaseline. I was like, what the heck is Vaseline? If it's a little bit smudgy if you don't change your graphics settings. What game was that? Oh wait, it was the new RuneScape, wasn't it? Yeah, it was quite illuminated. And yeah, I know the effect you're talking about, Clippy. I know the effect. If I go here, should be able to stabby stabby. Mm-hmm. Stabby stabby. Very good. And then we'll end our turn next to our friend. Good. Okay. 5 of us, 4 of them. We have tremendous advantage. I wonder if... what can we do here? Maybe I can move up a little bit. This way. I wonder if we can do... aim. Yes. They are in range. What a shot. Archer Bob carrying the team. You love to see it. Very, very satisfying tactical combat. My eyes are already blurry. Don't need any extra smudge. Good morning, Charlie. How are you? How you going, Charlie? Which one do I want to use here? Maybe Thob. Oh, Thob can't make it. Leader Bob. Leader Bob is the one. Get in there. Tie him up. We lock down the poacher because the poacher is a bow user. They do very, very little damage when engaged in melee combat. So that's what we do. Look at this. 2 damage. What a joke. I laugh at your hand combat. Can you make it in back? You kind of can. I think so. Let's do this. Just to speed things up here. Nice. Good. Tremendous advantage. Can I just shoot you? I can for free. Choose your own adventure story time. Yeah. I'm very thankful you guys gave me the time and space for that. It was really fun to read through. We still have 2 endings. We experienced 2. We have another 2 endings. So sometime in the future, we can pick the story back up. We'll move forward a little bit in anticipation. Like so. Charlie, can I hire you to tell me exactly what happens to me a day in advance? Mateo, all you need is a couple of stock picks, buddy. Just a couple. That's all you need. Like, Microsoft, up or down? By what %? You know? Something like that. Move here and rest. Time travelers. I wish it was that easy. No, because if it was that easy, just think about how imbalanced the world would be. That would be horrible if certain people knew what was going to happen the next day. It would be horrible. It would feel like cheating, LOL. Yeah. Okay. After this, uh-oh. I'm going to load my save game. I'm just going to have a peek at what the other save looked like from back in 2023. And I'm sure it's going to blow my little mind. Let's kick this guy. Hiya. Let's get him engaged in melee. Oh yeah, so good. Big crit. Love it. Doesn't have the move. Very nice. This guy will be moving in. Maybe we do... Maybe we do... Yeah, just do this. Regular attack. Love it. We move back a little bit. Get a Valor point. I'm picturing when he loads and then save it sounds like young Blinn AI. No, you'll see. You'll see. Maybe if we go... here. Good damage. Oh yeah. Dead meat. Yikes. A little cinematic. Maybe we'll go back down here. And we'll rest. The last person moves in. Kabbalism and parabolic generational wealth growth has basically achieved that result anyways. Kabbalism. Interesting. I've never heard that word before. But I have an idea of what it means. Parabolic generational wealth, I understand. From the outside looking in. When I worked at Walmart, I put money into a stock every paycheck. There was like 50 a share back in 2008. And now it's like 100 and I got 3% dividend, way better than a bank. Awesome. That's awesome. The other great strategy to use, and I know this is kind of like not glamorous, but it really is. I think how me and my wife have been able to grow our money over the last, I don't know, we've been in business together for over 10 years. And a few of those years have been very uncomfortable in terms of, you know, we didn't make very much. It's just like the ebbs and flows of having your own business. But one thing has remained true through it all, and that is if you spend less money than you make, you're gonna come out ahead, you know? And you'd be amazed if you like check in on all of the subscriptions and things that you spend money on, you can really pare it back. Sneaker Beaster is apparently likes the economy talk. Thank you very much, Sneakers. Let's see who got this here. Spartan John, Sweaty Gamer, White Oil Otter, very nice. Speaking of legacy bros, Rogue Robot, Josh. Thank you very much, Sneakers. Thank you. I wish I understood more in that area. W timing. Yeah. Lamau timing. Hey, if Sneaker Beaster, right? As long as he's not spending more than he makes, we are happy to receive the generosity. The community thanks him very much. You know what? Let's see. Speaking of... Can I not? Weird. I don't have... Not sure if it's like... I popped the chat open from a weird window today, but I get 10 gifted... Oh my god. What is all this? Every month, and I want to get as many people a funny hat, an outlaw's coif. Coif? An outlaw's hat. Nice. Repairing. We got level up too. Anyway, I'll get to that. Maybe on Monday. On Monday. Thank you very much, Sneakers. You sneaky beast, you. All good. Worth every penny. Thank you. We'll check gifting on Monday. Thank you, Clippy. Although my castle is decaying because I'm busy watching the stream. Hey, big event tomorrow. V Rising Vampires, heads up. Because there is a V Rising gathering tomorrow. We'll call it that. Herald Harpooner. Yeah, I like Harpooner. Man, this guy's got strength out the wazoo. Dang. 8 to 9 damage. Wrath, 9 to 12. Maybe he's okay for strength. Maybe we do more constitution? Maybe. Sure. I'll 100% be there. Thank you, Jorkin. It's awesome. Hopefully not too late for you. Hopefully not too late. Bobby's online. What does Bobby get? Spear wall targets a specific area. When an enemy enters the area, perform one attack of opportunity and stops them in their tracks. Interesting. Rallying cry. Oh yeah, Herald. Yep, rallying cry. Constitution? Sure. Nice. Can you wear some better armor? It looks like you can. Jacket? Interesting. We'll have to see. We'll craft young Bobby some better armor. So that was... Please, have mercy, good sirs. Have mercy on us. We didn't attack you to hurt you, believe me. We only wanted to scare you so that you would hand over your crowns. Money. Please don't hurt me. It was wrong, and we knew it. But Gothenburg requires so much gold to cross the border, we had no other choice. We had no other choice but to rob travelers. Well, I don't have money to give her. I don't have a border pass. Raider's bow. All I can do is execute her. Yikes. Choose your own adventure. Sorry, lady. That's it. I have just completed a mission to help refugees. I helped them into the afterlife, I guess. Awesome chat, honestly. Aw. What time does it start? Yeah. 8 p.m. Eastern. What can I sell here? Anything? I think we're good. We have a lot of wood. I can sell this trinket. Yes. Okay, back to the town to craft a bit. And then we'll take a look at my save game. And just see how much further along I had made it back in May 2023. Although it'll start at 2 a.m. I'm sorry, Jorkin. I'm sorry. It's very hard to pick a time that works for everyone, and I wanted a time that was late enough so that our friends on the west coast of North America could attend. And that means that folks in the EU have a bit of a later night. I'm so sorry. Guess you could say, more wood. Yes. Okay. Can I make it back to the settlement in time? I wonder. Palm freeze. It's raining. No, pathing was weird here. We're gonna dodge that merchant. What are you selling? Things I don't really need. We're here at the mine. The mine. Maybe I can make it if I go as the crow flies. There's a dead body here. You inspect it. Landry! How are you? What did I get? More cloth. And I'm maybe get the late. I'm a student on vacation. Well, then I don't feel bad for you at all, Jorkin. Not at all. Can't wait to see you tomorrow night, buddy. Can I make it? Can I make it? I only have so much stamina. Oh, I think I made it. Nice. Okay, cool. Doing well. Great. Landry, speaking of people getting married, Landry is getting married this month in probably less than 3 weeks. Maybe even in like 2 weeks' time. 2 weeks! About to receive some B-dubs wings. Ooh, nice. Wings. I got a break for some food soon. In 10 days. That's awesome. Did you pick the meal plan for the honeymoon yet? Landry, everyone, is in charge of the honeymoon. And he has some lovely plans. I'm not going to go into it. I don't want to overshare. But it sounds awesome. But Landry's also in charge of kind of picking some of the menu for the honeymoon. I hope that's going well. He has finals. Ooh. Luke Nay. Good luck, Luke Nay, on the finals. I know he's not here, but we'll send him good vibes too. Rat infestation? I don't feel like that. Loot Bandit's Lair. Hard. I might have to accept this and make my way to the Bandit's Lair. Yes, I got some good ideas for the meals. Excellent. Great. I mean, it sounds like you guys have got the whole planning thing under control. I'm very happy to hear that. Two-handed axe user. I don't think I want to hire anyone else. No. We're going to exit. We're gonna go to the forge. We're gonna see what we can make. Who is not wearing anything good? Young Bobby is not. I feel like this jacket's okay. I need helmets, is what I need. No one's got any helmets, weirdly. What does this do? It gives me a skill. Increased damage by 25% against poison units. Assassin's Strychnine. Interesting. Against poisoned units. That's a rogue thing. I got a dagger that actually gives poison. Okay, we gotta save that up. I wonder who can anyone use that? Probably no one here. Apples, wine, mushrooms, and stale bread seem to be a hit. Try that for the honeymoon. Sneakers has been paying attention all stream. That's funny. You picked the luxury pack. It's too much. Nothing but the best. Man, my tummy's starting to grumble. Okay. Let's see. I can use my knowledge point here, maybe. In this smithy. And I can actually learn some armor, I think. Reinforced buckler. Yeah, here we go. Helmets. Iron bassinet. Iron barboot. Right? Because we've got these unlocked. I don't really care about the two-handed stuff. Dagger guitar, I don't care about. Helmets. Learn. Sure. Okay. Now, young Bobby needs a spear. Because he's still using a pitchfork, I think. Yeah, he's still got the pitchfork. People need helmets. I think. Blacksmith. Confirm. Be careful what you serve, Landry, is Sneakers' recommendation. Iron falchion. That could be nice. Doesn't take that much wood. Or leather. Iron studded mace. You know, our frontliners could use better weapons. And here they are. Iron spear. Right, that's a lot of wood. Iron falchion, not so much wood. If I could make all new... Iron barboot. Guard armor. Interesting. Doesn't take that much resource. Iron bassinet. Even less. Wood again. Wood is the issue here. Bassinet looks good. And leather. Oh, it only takes leather. I can make these. I can make these. I think. Let's check the weapons again. Swords. This takes 2 leather. This takes 2 leather. I think I can afford to make it all. Let's try. Okay. I'm going to make 2 iron bassinets. I think. Because this one's probably medium. Yeah. And this one's heavy. Heavy. Forge. Iron bassinet. Here we go. Focus up. Yes. Yes. No! I always throw at the very end. Okay. And then let's do the falchion as well while we're here. Forge the falchion. Here we go. Focus up. Yes! Wow. That's a nice one. A nice falchion. Okay. We go back to the bassinet. Make a second bassinet. Here we go. We're forging. We're forging. Aha! I got the timing down now. Oh, I'm losing stamina. Interesting. Very nice bassinet. Okay. Iron-studded mace. Important. We'll make it. Forging. A clean sweep. Let's see here. Whew. We got the hang of it now. Got the hang of it now. Iron-studded mace. Lovely. Do we have enough for another iron spear? We just barely do. Okay, here we go. One more. Iron spear. Oh! Can you believe it? Lucky, lucky, lucky. Oh, experienced blacksmith. Got a ton of XP from that. Are you kidding? Wow. Wow. What can you do? Knowledge. Anvil. Now you can, like, learn horseshoe. Light pony plate? Horse armor? Ghostly bow? Ghost axe? What? Okay. Cool. That was cool. Let's camp. Let's camp. Let's camp. It's rainy, but that's okay. We're camping, we're camping. Let's just see here, Bob. Bob gets the mace and a bassinet. Oh yeah, look at this. Badass. Young Bob gets a new spear. Very nice. Thob. Thob gets a bassinet and a falchion. Oof. Brutal. Look at the falchion. Badass. Okay. Cool. We're gonna eat through what we have. Just to be frugal. We'll do two. 2 ciders, why not? Bread, apples, mushrooms, 2 ciders. These guys deserve it. Man's geared up. Armor and weapon designs are so cool looking. I agree. Okay. What does Leader Bob have to say? I became a mercenary to travel the world and slay bandits, not to break stones and cook all day. Oh, come on. What's with this group? Aw, not feeling good. Fault others for their lack of ambition. Ugh. Bob will gain the irate status, -1 relationship with the close companions. Interesting. But they get stronger. Huh. Show off your skills in front of the group. Okay. Practice while imagining solo adventures. Increase risk of not getting along with their peers. They get grumpy, but an attribute point. This one seems the most innocuous. If we show off, we're a bit more fatigued, but who cares? Because we're not hurting our relationships. You really do have to manage your relationships carefully here. I'm going to show off. We're showing off. Okay. We just lost a little bit. Wasn't too much. We have a ton of money. I'm going to save. And then I'm going to load. Are you ready for this? We're going to load Merchant Band in the 5th month. All stream today. We got to the 10th day. We got to the 10th day. Okay? This campaign is in the 5th month, day 15. So it gives you an idea of how long I played this game for. Where are we? What is going on? And this will be the last thing we show off. And I think we're going to wrap up the stream. It's been a really great Thursday. We're loading. This is exciting. Open world tactical RPG with turn-based combat. Okay. I finished my quest. Look at the quests I finished here. What province are we in? Look at the map. Look at the map. I've been everywhere. Look at this thing. Look at all this. Inspect the bodies. Okay. Well, played the game. I can barely remember anything. Camp. What's up at camp? Come on, camp. What's up? I have 18 people in the party. I have a bunch of bears, cocaine bear, white bear, angry bear, fuzzy white. Okay, who knows? There's like people in the tent. Oh, I remember these people. Look at all the cool things you can do. Cocaine bear. Pitching post. Inquisitor, fuzzy white, perfect. Look at all these bonuses. What is happening? I have 4,800 gold. I have mutton stew, hill delights, reinforced layer of the horse. What are these people wearing? What are you wearing? Who is... Look at the mace. Alizarian flanged mace. Alizarian heater shield. Oh! They're not wearing helmets. Maybe they didn't have helmets in early access. Look at this thing. Two-handed axe of the eye. This is wild. Look at this. Officer's pilum. I misread it as plume, but it's like it's a javelin, right? Oh yeah. Gladys of the Eye. There was like an arena game where she's got a badass knife. Septista. She was my rogue. This guy's my poison rogue. Oh yeah. Dudes. I had a great archer. I remember him. Man. I'm loaded. Well, look at this axe. Pylum. Thank you. Pylum. Look at this axe. Peace Bearer's axe. Oh! Anyway, okay, I'll stop. I had fun. This was a fun game to play. If you had any doubt about how much fun this game is, I easily put 140 hours in and made it pretty far. This was early access though. The game has come. Peace Bearer's axe doesn't seem to bring any peace to the table. No, it does, because when you see it, you don't want to fight. When you see that bloody thing, you're like, you know what? I'm good. I don't want to fight. Cool stuff, man. I might get into this. It looks fun. Anyway, we'll leave it there. You can definitely, how do you say, find animals and like trap them and then bring them into your party. And I remember that the bears are like tanks. They have a whole bunch of HP. And there's, honestly, all the different zones have really different look and feels. Like one is like a plague zone. There's like one is like a lot of icy mountains, I remember. There's a lot to it. This was just the early access. And now there's a whole bunch of really cool looking DLC. So if for some reason you make it through all this content, there's a bunch of DLC. Actual DLC. Anyway, we'll leave it there. Return to menu. Return to menu. It's a fun game. 50% off on GOG. Thank you, Clippy. Thank you to everyone who stuck around and listened to my stories today. Thanks for everyone who enjoyed the Clippy Blintermissions. Those were a real treat. Really appreciate that. Thursdays, man. What's happening next? Tomorrow night, there's an event for the V-Rising folks. Clippy has a special treat for people. We're gonna meet up. We're gonna do some casual PvP. There's an arena function so you don't lose anything. It's just fun to skirmish with your friends. We'll do some bossing as a big group. W stream all around. Yes, Sneakers, I agree. Thank you to those who provided executive memberships. It really is meaningful as we get closer to the roast, because it's always nice when we can get the whole fam in for that monthly event. A group of vampires can be referred to by several names, including Coven, Clan, or Coterie? A coterie? Coven is great. Love a coven. Today was very relaxing. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. Couldn't have said it better myself, Clippy. I don't think I've got a goodbye song. I'm gonna quit this. We'll go tavern. And then we'll just do... How about this one? This will be our goodbye song. No, it's a little too pensive. How about this one? We open the open stream with this one. Oh, look. Burger wants to say goodbye. One more goodbye from Burger. Come here, you. It's time for some food. Shall we? Hey? How are you? It was a relaxing stream, right? You have anything to say? You want to say anything? No? No, you don't? One last burger face for all the nice folks who hang out all stream all the way to the end. We appreciate you very much. Your time, guys, means so much to us. We wouldn't be motivated to do any of this stuff if you weren't showing up and saying hi. We appreciate it. Landry, bye. Have a great night, Landry. D-Air, we'll see you tomorrow, I hope. Moss, you better not be texting while driving, Moss. I'll friggin' kill you. Mateo, thanks for hanging out, man. Appreciate you all very much. Appreciate you all very much. We'll say goodbye, okay? See you tomorrow night. Until then, bye. Bye, guys. Mwah.